So how does Finland fit into this one? The two maps we have Martin here, who represents the media literacy index. That's on the top. The Nordic countries are there, the leading, partially because the indicators that you follow.
How does Finland fit into this?
Trust-based societies, but we have to say that even in Nordic countries, we are living in let's say loaned time when it comes to trust, and these are very serious challenges for us as well. The downside is there's the Reporters Without Borders, the Media Freedom Index. There we are performing, but there you see the unfortunate, very worrying development lately as such. And there is the CNN that made a story referring to us as well, that Finland is winning the war on fake news. What's it learned may be crucial to Western democracy. I try to bring you something of it, but I have to say that we each need to find our culturally solid, let's say, approaches to these things. As I've been sometimes critical that we need to do more in Nordic countries as well. We are far from there yet. But what I realized visiting US actually during the midterms, that we serve for many countries as countries who are on the right track. It's very symbolic, and we will have a very actually big responsibility, I think, developing on this one, because we are not in such a close attack that in some countries. And the last one is actually from the Nordic Democracy Day meeting that was in Finland, the most advanced meetup this far, where really the technological side was discussed. Because we see, even in Nordic countries, still, so to say, old democracy speech that doesn't link to this time. And this is the technological challenges we have to face. So about us, we are a small NGO-driven Faktabari. We are members, as we heard, in many international many fact-checking networks and media education networks. And we have, let's say, being small, hopefully keeps us agile in the way that we can react to things quickly. I don't go into details. We have been working on 10 years. Even 10 years has been a huge long time on developing and understanding the challenges. We've been rewarded actually with the same Chydenius Medal, Nordic Freedom of Information Legacy that your office at the time, and we are very happy about that one, and it gives us the legacy for the freedom of information. But let's leave that one aside. Something on our background in Faktabari and the civil society is that we started actually in fact-checking 2014. And I still believe that fact-checking has an important role. But over time, as things get more complicated, we have to come up for more, let's say, proactive approach. And so we realized that actually the most valuable thing in fact-checking, and I would say also in journalism, to the literacy thing, is to tell how the stories are being told, because that's something that transmittable. That's what we have to encourage and empower the readers in our times. Next to that one, we have now focused on actually fact-checking the information ecosystem, so to say, what is really going on, because there is also a lot of myths on that one and a lot of hype on that one. But today I will talk more about the Faktabari Edu. So we try to do toolkits for teachers. In Nordic countries, we trust on the institutions we have to build on. We can build on that one. I know this is not unfortunately the case in everywhere, but if we have something right, we have very highly educated teachers that we just lean on their work, and we as NGOs try to provide them some material to do their work as good as they can. Then we try to gather the different stakeholders, because sometimes even the governments need a little bit catalyzing, to be honest. it's a very difficult problems. They go transversal. They go between the ministry lines, and one is going one part, one is going one. But we try to bring them together somehow, and we have done this to some extent also in the EU level. So towards the digital information literacy, how did we haven't developed it ourselves. We have been copycatting the best practices. That's the way to do it. I mean, no point to reinvent the wheel every time, and take something of it and go further, please. It's a Creative Commons stuff. But what we have been now lately doing, we have been developing this within the European Digital Media Observatory Nordis program. So the Nordic countries still have a very similar, let's say, information ecosystem. And this is something we can at least compare ourselves, because you need comparisons to develop yourself and in these more circles. Then there are some let's say, initiatives that we have contributed with the European SchoolNet, with the Stanford University science group, that really define the fact checkers approach to information ecosystem, especially useful. And then Sitra, our national innovation fund, that has been now kind of helping us to push the digital civics, so to say, instead of just a security driven, let's say, discussion that is very much going on everywhere. So our digital information literacy is finally to build resiliency to information disorders and empower curiosity-driven participation in digital democracy. We have tried to talk lately on more like a curiosity, because critical thinking is sometimes taken, just as a kind of skepticism, and you don't believe in anything. We have to believe in something. We are still defending something, I believe. At least we are, and I believe you are as well. And our approach is based on a very good work by Claire Wardle and First Draft, and they work with the concepts called mis, dis, and malinformation. I think this is one of the keys and one of the simple learning points, that if you are able to make the distinction between these within school structures and all that, then you are already outside the everything is fake news type of a dystopia that works very well for some authoritarian regimes. So practically what we are doing everything here, because this is how we digest our news, anything. I think this should be the default everywhere what you're going. We practically go with the mis, dis, and malinformation with a pretty simple traffic lights things. Traffic lights is something that everybody understands. But on top of that one, we take the information manipulation part. The online ecosystem amplify everything we have had in big time. Finally, the question is on the let's say on my left-hand side, there is like basically this is about where the fact checking and the kind of can go on with the information ecosystems. Is it right? Is it something we should be warned of, or the malinformation is basically forbidden, or the kind of you have to be especially careful on that one. But for the rest of the thing, it's just practically slowing down, because everything online is made to amplify, make you going intuitively forward. So unfortunately, this is so to say the only thing that we should be doing is just to slow down, and this is getting much more complicated in the digital world. I won't go this in detail, but basically the first part leans very much on the fact checking approach. And that's not just our own intention, but this was really studied by the Stanford University group, that's the approach. I mean, if we could approach the information on the screens like the fact checkers, practically ignoring complete nonsense, going for some sort of trust indicators, that would be the sustainable way of doing it. Of course, this applies to hardcore journalists. I mean, they do exactly the same. We are in the same boat. I'm not trying to make any kind of distinction between that one. And we should be especially careful with the emotional content, because it's not about facts, it's about the emotions that drive on the internet and spin on. These are the three questions that actually is identified by the Stanford University group. We have to be really simple on this type of things. We were having a long, let's say, a checklist, and you can do this and that. But these three questions came as in front. So practically, who is spreading the claim when you see something suspicious? What is evidence has been presented to support the claim? What do the other sources have to say? And it's practically like what we said, stop, think, and check, especially if in doubt. And let's be still honest for ourselves. Not, of course, everybody is doing it all the time, but at least when it's something really crucial. Then there are very promising things that I don't preempt the discussion here that has been studied also by the European Commission groups and in the Stanford study. And this is where the new strategies, and then we are talking about pre-bunking, so basically anticipation that has been done actually pretty well on the state level as well. Debunking, that's practically what we've been talking about. Strategic ignorance, just to skip content if the certain trust markers don't work out, and the lateral reading that is especially identified to the fact-checking part, and then civic online reasoning that Teresa mentioned as well already. But next to that one, I think the second one would be to some sort of social media stop, and there I put stop, think, and change settings when using a data-hungry service, and I mean practically data-hungry service, we are talking about all of them because that's their business model. They are selling our data and we are actually the products and not the users, unfortunately, at the time. But at least you can do something about it. And this is where we have to go for the literacy side. Why do I see what I see on my social media feed? Who is in charge? Who is responsible? Am I a user or a product? What can I do to get more control on my information diet? There is a very interesting test done by our partner Citra, where you can kind of put yourself in the map, because we tend to overestimate our skills normally. But when you do that one, it's a DigiProfile test. It's in English. It's been done by 30,000 people, and they are able to do some, let's say, sustainable research on it as well. So I really recommend it. That probably gives you the kind of reality check that we shouldn't be let's say, positive about our skills, because the tech the persuasion is very sophisticated nowadays. It's about the definitions as well. I leave this one but it's of course very important when we are talking about the media freedom literacy. We define information literacy that is practically coming, as far as I understand, more from the library world, let's say, because they index things. They don't tell necessary stories. They just try to kind of go for the fact base, and that is very, very kind of good basic approach for people in this world of narratives, so to say, to distinct themselves a bit, is the ability to access, manage, understand, integrate, communicate, evaluate, create, and disseminate information safely and appropriately through digital technologies. Competencies that are includes competencies that are variously referred as information literacy and media literacy, computer-ICT literacy, but also an ability to understand the functioning of the digital information landscape at large. I think people really need to understand how it works. What's the business model of the news ecosystem of our times? And only that, after that, they can also question and go for hopefully more ethical platforms over time. And it involves a dimension of active and civic engagement with the digital world and promotes active citizenship. This is important to keep in mind, because other than that, we just get to the kind of passive, what can you do on that one? These are just, let's say, examples of the 2 chapters of this book. I will share you the link, faktabari.fi.dil, and you have all of them there. So this is like 15 different experts getting their bits and their angles to the challenge. And the model with that one is practically that if the teacher or the educator kind of goes through that, gets inspires, teaching it further, to their students or in libraries or so on, and basically then of course applies it in practice. This could be much more sophisticated with some funding, but we trust on the multipliers because we are a poor NGO, and we hope that this could inspire something. Quickly, contextualizing digital information literacy in curricula and policy. I don't go into details on that one, but how we have tried to digest this one is really to the core of the things that are needed now. There's so many literacies that it's sometimes kind of also dangerous to build a new one, but it's to emphasize something. I think that's important. I wouldn't go to the battles of the also in the academic world on definitions. It's more about them, even if they are important as well. Something a takeaway for you could be that European Union and Commission especially have tried to build, as I said, a kind of comprehensive regulatory environment. And we know that there is no competencies actually too much in education on that one. But this European Digital Europe Education Action Plan is an effort to kind of complement the pictures of the big regulatory frameworks. And especially the Joint Research Center compiled an expert group for the DigComp 2.2, the Digital Competence Framework for Citizens. And this is a lifelong, let's say, framework to position different type of skills. So if you need a big picture, if you are reforming your educational system or lifelong learning system, this is something very compatible for this world. And everything that I've told is compatible for that one because we participated in the work for our share. So this is probably something that you can start checking your systems against. I don't go into details on that one. You will have much more time on that one. The good news is now that in Finland that we are very proud that actually our media sector is focusing on this angle with their literacy efforts. This is a machine translation for their website because unfortunately that is only in Finnish, but I just recently talked with them. So they try to focus now on information literacy. Some people might call it news literacy or something like that, but understanding the journalistic ethics clarifies the role of media in protecting democracy, emphasizing the information of the information security. And they really want to educate their new readers. And I believe there is something on it. But basically, DIL is relevant for media literacy, but requires to be adapted with local examples by media and schools. 4 focuses, just very quickly, I don't go into details. We need to start, just our learning points, we need to start very early. Something that we have done good in Finland, we have to start 6 years old. That's shocking for some people, but that's how the curricula is, because that's how you get hooked with these systems gradually. Next up would be especially the elections, because the countries are vulnerable domestically. Outside, we are defending our values, but what is coming inside, that's the most troublesome. This applies also to the United States that I just visited recently. Sustainability, accountability, and independence of civil society actors. There's very promising developments, but let's face it, this is far too small to the stakes. And when we compare this one in the total defense of our things, it's about the money. And a very interesting international efforts on the Information and Democracy Commission that I think nails many of the things as such. And fundamentally, it's about Ukraine. Because I think this is like the symbolic things. If we don't get this one right, we are kind of compromising with our efforts in big time. This is a picture in Finland. The Audi, that's a national library, information literacy, big time. There was a civic movement that made the borders of the Ukraine and that. And this is where I want to pretty much close on the Finnish Independence Day. That was, according to our biggest newspaper daily, partly devoted and dedicated to the Ukraine, as we feel very strong on that one. Recommendations, I leave this one perhaps for the debate, but rehearse online traffic rules, protect yourself from data-hungry things, incentivize self-regulated journalistic media, strengthening ethical rules in marketing and ensure supervision and sanctions, special treatment for tech giants, including the Chinese one, special attention to empower civil society organization, empower the international media watchdog networks, also the wonderful work that you are doing. I studied it in detail yesterday. Transatlantic inclusive digital democracy agenda, super important and who knows, a kind of OEC 2025 Helsinki digital democracy process. So if you are going for that one, I'm dedicated to help. But Ukraine is the key for getting further. Some references and our magic, let's say, effort in Finland, just like taking a distance of it all. That's why I put the keep calm and soon it's a sauna time. That's the only place that you cannot really use your mobile phones. Thank you.
Mikko, thank you so much for this very insightful overview of the topic and also the good advice at the end. We'll take this to heart. There were many takeaways, but just quickly one, which I found it is very positive what you just paint the picture. And usually we have a tendency to look at these things negatively, but I really liked you mentioning that we should try to get out of this everything is fake news paradigm, and this I particularly liked a lot. So thank you very much for this. Then without further ado, we'll go to my left hand side, Martina Chapman, who's with us, and she's an independent consultant specializing in media literacy policy and strategy development, research and project management. Ms. Chapman is the National Coordinator of Media Literacy Ireland and the Bees Media Smart campaign on behalf of the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland. Ms. Chapman, you have worked with organizations as the Council of Europe, European Audiovisual Observatory, European Platform of Regulatory Authorities, European Digital Media Observatory, the European Broadcasting Union and our organization, as well as a number of European regulatory bodies, public service media and media institutes. So that's quite a list. Thank you so much for being us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity of talking to you today about media literacy, and thank you to Mikko as well. He's always a very hard act to follow. Brilliant presentation, and one of the great things about doing events like this is I always learn something too. So thank you very much. So what I want to do in the next 15 minutes is kind of take you on a journey from policy to practice, and I'm going to use Ireland as the case study for this because it's where I live, and it's where I spend a lot of my my kind of professional time as well. And we'll have a bit of a focus on information disorder there as well. So the first to talk about this journey, we need to go back to 2009 and the Broadcasting Act, which gave the regulator, the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland, a duty to undertake, encourage and foster research, measures and activities which are directed towards the promotion of media literacy. So that gave the regulator an obligation in this area. And in 2015, I was delighted to be invited to work with the BAI on developing a media literacy policy. And the essence of this policy was to empower Irish people with the skills and knowledge to make informed choices about the media content and services that they consume, create and disseminate. Right from the beginning, the Broadcasting Authority recognised that the development of media literacy and information skills is a lifelong learning journey, and that to achieve that, it would require support from a range of sectors and organisations and individuals. And these different entities may define media literacy or interpret it slightly differently in line with their own core objectives and priorities. And the BAI also recognised that some stakeholders were already very active in this area and experienced, while others would be relatively new to both the concept and the activities. So one of the key challenges was when we were developing the policy was how do we develop a policy that's kind of to try and future-proof a long-term vision in an area that moves very, very fast and changes very rapidly? Because as we know, and as Miko touched on, definitions of media literacy change. It's a very dynamic concept, and it does change in response to changes in society and social norms and technology. So as I say, I just want to move on to the next one. One of the key challenges we had was how to future-proof this policy. And so the decision was made not to adopt a single definition of media literacy, but instead present media literacy as this umbrella concept and try and illustrate what it looks like in real terms, both for individuals and for society. So really at the heart of the BAI's, a little bit too quickly, at the heart of the BAI policy is a framework of competencies as well as associated skills and success indicators. And the thinking behind this is that kind of covers all of the different literacies that Miko mentioned, but also other ones like online media literacy, news literacy, digital information literacy. So it kind of covers it all. It's catch-all. This is clicking a little bit out of sequence here. Okay, just give me a moment. I want to get, here we go. Now, this is what we're looking at here are kind of the three core competencies that are illustrated in the BAI's media literacy policy. So it's about understanding and critically evaluating content and services in order to make informed choices. It's about being able to access and use media content and services in a safe and secure manner. But it's also about being able to create and participate in a responsible, ethical, and effective way. And of course, this touches on the creative, cultural, and democratic aspects of society as well. It was anticipated that this framework would not only be useful for the BAI, but also for other stakeholders. And I don't know how many of you go to the cinema and still use the pick and mix, but the idea was that stakeholders could choose the bits of the policy that were most relevant to them. This policy was also designed to be updated on a regular basis, and it's our aim in 2023 to update it and hopefully align it to the DigiComp 2.2 that Miko has mentioned as well. So one of the recommendations that was made in the policy, when there was a stakeholder consultation carried out at the beginning before the policy was developed. And one of the key findings from that consultation was there was a huge appetite in Ireland across multiple sectors for some kind of leadership in the area of media literacy. So what we were kept hearing back was stakeholders going, yes, we want to do something. Yes, media literacy is really important, but we have no idea what to do. Can you help us? So this is where the BAI stepped up. They developed a policy, they developed a framework, but they also committed to facilitating the development of a media literacy network. And that network is called Media Literacy Ireland. It's an independent alliance of members working together on a mostly voluntary basis to promote media literacy in Ireland. As I said, it's facilitated by the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland, and it brings together a very wide range of members from media, academia, online platforms, libraries, civil society, and also independent organisations and individuals as well. And because there's such the approach to media literacy in Ireland is so broad, there is also an understanding that different media literacy issues will become more prominent at different times, and as such, different members will become more active at different times. And as an example, when this policy was developed, the information disorder was really a spot on the horizon, whereas now it's one of the key focuses of so much media literacy activity. And it's not going to stop there. In a year or 2 years, there will be a different issue coming down the line that media literacy will be asked to try and address. So in 2017, Media Literacy Ireland started with 17 members. Today we have over 250 members. And given the cross-sector nature of media literacy skills, having that cross-sectoral membership is absolutely critical, because we believe that no single organisation can effectively promote media literacy in isolation. And if we think of it as lifelong learning, we need different stakeholders at different times to support people on their individual learning journeys. MLI, Media Literacy Ireland, it's its own entity with its own decision-making powers, organisational structure and responsibilities. And members work in various ways. So we have a steering group of about over 100 members. Sorry, we have a steering group of 14 members, and they're drawn from some of the key sectors, including public service media. So we have some secure seats. One of them is for public service media, because we believe that public service media has a very specific role to play in the promotion of media literacy. And picking up on Miko's point that, you know, the approaches to media literacy really need to be culturally appropriate. And this is one of the reasons that public service broadcasters and the engagement of public service broadcasters is so important. We also have online platforms represented. We've libraries, we've civil society organisations, youth organisations, educational organisations and academia. We have working groups which individual members will participate on based on their skills and experience and their interest in an area. And then we have the wider group of network members. I have a little video here, but in the I don't think I have time to play it, so I'm just going to move on from the video. So we have 4 kind of areas of activity. One is around coordination. And this, what we do here is we aim to be the acknowledged first port of call in relation to media literacy queries and to provide support and advice for media literacy stakeholders in Ireland and internationally. Behind the scenes, we do a lot of matchmaking. As somebody said, we bring together different partners, particularly in relation to partners who are looking to apply to international funds. So we can help organizations find partners on an international platform. Our other key area of activity is around communication. We have 2 websites. We have our social media channels, a monthly newsletter. And we also do a range of face-to-face and online meetings and events, because it's very important to provide a platform for the stakeholders to come together and to meet and find out and knowledge share, find out what's going on. Our third area of activity is around innovation. And this is one that we've really started to develop in the last few months. It will be a key focus for us in 2023. This theme is all about inspiring, encouraging and facilitating the development of media literacy projects and programs, but also encouraging evaluation and sustainability, which are not, they're 2 aspects of media literacy projects which are particularly challenging. Under this theme, we are developing the first Media and Information Literacy Awards programme in Ireland, and that will go live on the 15th of December. We have also developed a strategic relationship with the Ireland EDMO Hub. Miko mentioned the EDMO Hubs in his presentation. And we've already delivered a joint event on the evaluation of media literacy projects with EDMO, and that was to mark Global Media and Information Literacy Week. And we're also collaborating with EDMO on the development of a new training and development section for the Media and Literacy Information, the MLI website as well. Excuse me. Another project we're working on that would fall into this category is the Platforming Harm project with UCD. So this project is a research project analysing how the far-right groups are using online platforms to spread disinformation. And we are involved in this because we want to use the insight to try and develop educational resources to try and specifically target the the people who would be particularly vulnerable to that disinformation. The last area I want to mention is around promotion. And what we want to do here, when we've got over 250 members in the network, that's quite a sizable network to leverage to support campaigns. And so what we want to do is use the strength, the reach and the expertise of our members to collectively highlight media literacy related issues, but most importantly, to signpost members of the public and specific groups to sources of support. So in addition to supporting campaigns like Safer Internet Day or European Cybersecurity Month, obviously Global Media Literacy Week and European Media Literacy Week, since 2019, we have run our own campaign, which is Be Media Smart. And this is a national media literacy campaign that calls on all people of all ages to be media smart and to stop, think and check that the information that they see, read or hear across any media platform is accurate and reliable. And you'll note when we talk about Be Media Smart, we don't talk about fake news, we don't talk about misinformation, because what we want to do is try and promote this idea of critical thinking across all media and all engagement. This, as a public awareness campaign, I'm just going to play you the first ad if I can. And it's only 30 seconds, so hopefully we'll hear some sound. No, we've no sound, I don't think. So I can talk you through the ad. Basically, it's that the ad, the concept behind the campaign was that we are concerned about where our food comes from. Wouldn't it be great if we were just as concerned about where our information comes from? And the call to action is stop, think, check, to Be Media Smart, and go to bemediasmart.ie, where you can get very simple tips on how to check the accuracy and reliability of information. The whole campaign was developed in 2019 in the run-up to the European elections. And when we were, it was developed to align with European Media Literacy Week the first time. And when we as a network were asked to do something for European Media Literacy Week, we thought, we'll dip our toe in the water. We're not sure how much support this will get. It might not work, but we're all about, you know, being ambitious and trying things. And we were absolutely blown away by the amount of support. In particular, RTE, which is the public service broadcaster in Ireland, really stepped up to the plate. They developed the concept, they developed the TV ads, they developed radio ads, and all of that content and social media assets. All of that was made freely available to every single MLI member. And as a result, the same ad was played across every commercial and public service broadcasting TV channel in the country, every commercial public service broadcasting and community radio channel station in the country as well. Facebook, Google and Twitter all provided free ad credit for non-profit members of MLI as well. And it got a lot of coverage across the press as well. So I'm just conscious of time. There was a huge amount of support for this. My slides seem to be sticking here. Maybe I'm not. So they're the social media assets, a massive amount of coverage in editorial as well. I'm just clicking on here. And so that was 2019. In 2020, COVID hit, and straight away MLI members came together, ran the campaign again. This time the call to action was Be Media Smart about the information you're getting around COVID-19. In 2021, so this is something I do want to draw your attention to. This was some research we had done as part of an omnibus. And when the public were asked, have you seen or heard the Be Media Smart campaign? 27% at the peak in June 2020. 27% of the public said yes. Now, when this is compared to a similar campaign with similar objectives, 15 to 16% would be seen as a really successful campaign. So this demonstrated the power of the collaborative approach that the campaign benefit from. And these are just some of the logos of some of the partners involved. One of the big key success indicators for us was the fact that Be Media Smart and Stop, Think, Check were adopted very naturally by a whole range of organisations, both in Ireland and abroad. It was adopted by the Irish government's Check Your Facts campaign. It was adopted by Webwise. I would love to play the video now, but we'll send around the link. So it's a little like a safe cross code version of a song that goes out to all schools, and all 6 and 7-year-olds use it. And also then a campaign targeting older people. It was also picked up internationally. I was very interested to see Stop, Think, Check used in the Factbarry piece as well. I'm going to shoot on. There's other assets I could show you there, but just to finish up, our plans for 2023 and beyond will continue to do what we do. We have our annual conference coming up this month, and we'll have a new work plan launched in 2023. There were a lot of lessons learned in the last few years, particularly around the Be Media Smart campaign. I'll be very happy to answer questions on it, maybe after the break then as well.
Thank you so much for this. This was also very insightful and gives a good overview of what can be done in the country. And I really like the fact that this collaborative approach you mentioned was so picked up and worked so well. And I also like the fact that you mentioned that getting out of the definition issue was, I think, a smart thing to do, to have a more an umbrella concept, because this is a fast-changing environment, and then you're ready to face challenges instead of sticking to one definition and having to rethink again. So thank you so much for that. Then we'll go to our third speaker, who's on my right side, Maria Donde. She works for the UK Office of Communications, also known as Ofcom, as the head of international content policy, and she covers media, content and broadcasting issues. Ms. Donde leads on Ofcom's engagement with other European media regulators, mostly and particularly through EPRA, where she's currently the vice chair, as well as international bodies. And you represent Ofcom on the full range of media policy questions, including media literacy. You oversaw Ofcom's input into the negotiation of the AVMS directive, and you oversee Ofcom's relationship with European and global institutions on questions of media and content policy. And you also recently served as chair of the Council of Europe Committee of Experts on Media, Environment and Reform. So also an impressive resume. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the representative for the invitation to participate today. And very nice to see all of you here as well. I can only very strongly agree with everything that's already been said about the importance of making these connections between media freedom, media literacy, plurality, and a healthy and trustworthy information space. And the good benefit of going third, I suppose, is that much of what needed to be said has already been said. So I can be relatively brief. I'm here to focus really on the importance of multi-stakeholder networks as a way to promote media and information literacy. I'm going to talk about MIL just for brevity, and I'm also probably going to talk about disinformation in a very short and perhaps too shortcut way, but just for brevity. Well, I completely agree with everything that's been said about the need for nuanced definitions and of course the information disorder as a much more helpful framing. But just as I say, to not to speak too much about definitions. I'm coming at this topic through a regulatory lens, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but it is entirely natural, and I think you already can see and hear about it, the involvement of regulators in the promotion of media literacy and the coordination of MIL networks and so on. It's a really natural role for us, and we've taken it up quite substantially at the national level, but also through the EPRA network. And just very briefly to say that the EPRA network, which you may, if you haven't heard of it, is a very broad organization of media and broadcasting regulators in the European space. We're wider than EU. We have over 50 members from over 40 countries across the whole European space. Our purpose is to share best practice and to promote independent and evidence-based regulation. And actually the representative is a permanent observer of our network. So we're very, very closely attuned to the work that's going on here in Vienna. We are also the home of the EMIL task force, which is the regulators and other bodies who've come together to form a task force on media and information literacy. We have been around for about 3 years now as a sort of formalized group, only for a couple of years. And we created this group to include not only regulators, but also any other kind of national level bodies who are coordinating media literacy activity. We see ourselves as a community of those who participate in and coordinate MIL networks. We really want to build on the idea that there are many different actors at many different levels who can and should participate in the promotion of MIL. And our aim in this context is to try and get as much value as possible out of international collaboration. As I said, regulators are very, very sort of naturally in this space. We sometimes have legal competencies to promote media literacy, as Martina outlined, and many of us have similar responsibilities written even into law. And of course, any kind of MIL activity is really very comfortable and very adjacent to regulatory activity in the media field, because we are involved in editorial standards. We are involved, of course, in the promotion and the support of media, of public service media, and so on. And so MIL really sits very, very comfortably alongside that, especially when you start talking about the need to deal with information disorders and disinformation, especially online, where not all of us have indeed actual regulatory competencies. And of course, in terms of facilitation of networks, we're in a very natural place to help with that, as we are sort of in the center of this ecosystem. So it was entirely reasonable, of course, for us to create this network. We have about 35 members, mostly coming from our regulatory members, but as I say, also other bodies like the Conseil supérieur d'éducation aux médias and Mediavites. Our members also include the European Audiovisual Observatory. EDMO is a member of our network, Community Media and Learning Association, and so on and so forth. And networks themselves, in fact, MLI is a member, and Martina is very, very active in our network. We have 3 stated purposes around coordination of best practice and learning and sharing of resources. We also really exist to promote networking as an efficient way of finding partnerships. We really want to help our members to try and find those kind of cross-border collaborations, which can help to efficiently use resources, sharing things that people have done already. Mika already talked about it, that kind of not starting from a blank page and using others' resources that have been developed before. And we also really want to participate in events like this as a community, because this is, and so I'm really grateful to have the invitation and to speak to you today, because we have, I think, quite a lot to contribute to discussions about media literacy policy from our perspective, and that's kind of why in part why we were founded. We've done a few things so far. I won't go through all of these. Very happy to share all these because they have embedded links as well. We've written a number of guidance documents on networks, working with stakeholders, research, campaigning, and so on. And we've held a number of meetings. We now meet on a very regular basis, but some of our meetings are thematic. When we first started meeting online at the start of the pandemic, we held a dedicated meeting on how to create multi-stakeholder networks. And we're going to form a database of our members, again, to encourage that sort of interaction at a bilateral level as well. We have some thematic outputs as well. We looked at initiatives developed by our members in relation to COVID-19, of course. We've got some discussion points on the role of MIL in tackling hate speech. It's very closely associated with information disorders as well. And we published some reflections on how video sharing platforms in the context of the AVMS directive can help to promote MIL. And I'll say a couple of words about that towards the end. But just to finally note, we also held an event earlier this a few weeks ago, really, to mark Global MIL Week, which was about news literacy and trust. And I think trust has already come up quite a bit, and it's a really, really key topic in this field, because the entire sort of point, I suppose, of approaching freedom of information and media oversight and media freedom is to deal with questions of information disorder from a positive perspective, to try to help people to understand and to find and to recognize trustworthy content. And all of us have a role to play in that, regulators included. So we had a really fascinating discussion about that. And that's the kind of thing that the network is here to do. So I'm going to talk about a couple of case studies from our members. So we kind of crowdsourced amongst our own network to show how networks are involved in building campaigns around trust, around tackling disinformation, and so on. The first one you've already seen, so I'm not going to say very much about it at all because Martina's helpfully already set that out. But I think what I wanted to point out was just how important the network was in creating this campaign. This couldn't have happened if it hadn't been for the network. They had a meeting, asking for volunteers to participate. I believe around 12 or so, 10 or 12 organizations attended that meeting. It was hosted by the public service broadcaster. And at the end of that meeting, every single one of them had volunteered to participate in some way, either in kind or through funding. And that was critical to the not only the development of the campaign, but also its dissemination and its impact, as Martina's already described. And it really sort of talks about how to leverage that membership, how to ensure that everyone's doing the thing that they're best at, and that everybody else is getting the benefits out of it. And again, those positions can rotate. So at some point you'll have a campaign where, in this case, it was the public service broadcaster who was best placed to lead, let's say. But in other cases, it might be a platform, it might be libraries, it might be the press council. All of those participate in the network, and they will have at some point a role to play. This is a campaign from the North Macedonian Media Literacy Network. I want to really highlight the impact and the incredible sort of resourcefulness, innovation, and really leading role that this network has amongst our community. From a what you might call a relatively small country, this is genuinely kind of world leading, I think, in terms of how like the Irish example also, but in terms of how they approach the creation of the network and the way they use the network in running campaigns like this. This is a campaign that the network ran in 2020. They now have an annual Media Literacy Days campaign in North Macedonia. In this instance, it was around COVID disinformation. They always have a slogan. That year it was "Test every news with no excuse," which even in English rhymes. I'd like to hear it in the original. The regulator there is the sort of the facilitator, the host, the kind of the supporter of the network, but they themselves don't dictate how the network behaves. Everyone participates in it in a voluntary way. They always describe it as we are all equals, and so everyone who participates, and they have, I think, around 70, nearly 80 members actually now, from all constituencies, academia, NGOs, government departments, and so on. And they all came together to create a week's worth of events and a campaign, which the campaign itself was tendered for and funded by the regulator. And you can see a snapshot of that campaign there. And the other thing that they have as well within that network, and I think that's something that comes out of some of the other examples that, and many examples came from Emil for this purpose, was the way in which a network can engage effectively with the education ministry. So with the education, with a more formal education framework in any given country. It's quite hard actually for grassroots projects, for individual projects to feed into the curriculum. But a network with its kind of slightly wider membership leverage strength can do that quite effectively. And that's definitely happened here. It's happened in a number of other of our members, Georgia, Spain, France, I think, as well, I can cite. So it's definitely the network and the relationship with the Education Ministry and the curriculum is a kind of a key factor to exploit in some of these cases. The final study comes from Ofcom in the UK. I couldn't, of course, resist an opportunity to promote our own work. We also have a media literacy network. It's much less active, I think, than the other two that I've described, and much less mature, but it is starting to pick up. But what was really interesting was at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, those of us in Ofcom who coordinate this network, really felt like it was an opportunity to galvanize the network, to make it a bit more active, and to try to see what could be done with its membership. So we put out a call for everyone who was doing anything in relation to COVID-19 and helping to promote accurate and reliable information in this context, knowing how important that was for everyone at that particular time. Really early, we went out with this in like March 2020, and we got a lot of information. And we sorted it into these categories. We made a website, which was at the time called Cutting Through the COVID-19 Confusion, and has been renamed since. But that's what it looks like. It's not particularly sexy, but it's from a regulator's perspective the best way we could find to make sure that people had access to all of the relevant. I'm nearly done. All of the relevant information and all of the sources of accurate information. I just wanted to reflect on the fact that the AVMS directive has a very specific piece of text in it, which actually points to the importance of multi-stakeholder coordination and engagement. And as I said, we have a document which reflects on how video sharing platforms can work better in a more coordinated way with those types of networks. And I'll just leave that for you to take a look at afterwards. And just a couple of concluding remarks, if I may, from my perspective. It's clear, I think, that multi-stakeholderism is critical in developing and promoting MIL initiatives. This could be a focus on the way in which member states from the EU could report on in relation to the AVMS directive as well. The role of networks is also really critical in developing national MIL strategies, because you can take what's happening on the ground, you can map it, you can look at what's happening, describe it, and then create a strategy that then supports and works with what is effective. And finally, I think a lot of what we found through our work and what's come up already is the really important role that media, particularly public service media and mass media, play in the promotion of media literacy, and their role within that multi-stakeholder context is also to be noted. So I'll stop there, and I'm sure Radka will say a lot more on that topic as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this interesting presentation and for underlining the natural role that regulators have to play in this field, and also for, again, underlining the importance of networks and cross-border cooperation so clearly. So thank you for this. Our next speaker is joining us online, and I hope then that the technique won't fail us. That's Mr. Alton Grizzle. I hope I pronounce his name well. Mr. Grizzle works at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris as program specialist in communication and information. He manages UNESCO's global actions on media and information literacy, and he was a focal point on gender and media. He has written on this topic of media and information literacy and presented at various conferences and meetings around the world. Mr. Grizzle has diverse education and experience in the fields of education, management, information systems, and media and communications. And now I'll stop talking and hope that we will see him online. The floor is yours.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Dan Brandt, can you hear me?
Have these to be able to hear Mr. Grizzle. So, Mr. Grizzle, please hold on for 1 second so everybody get their earphones out, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, sure.
Can we get Mr. Grizzle on the screen, please? That's a pity. We just had him and now we seem to have lost. Let me take a look at technique.
Alton, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can I see you, please?
My video is on.
Just checking that.
Close. My video is on.
Yes.
We can hear and see you, so please go ahead.
Okay, no, you can hear and see me. So thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and let me acknowledge again the representative, Ms. Teresa Rivera. I see that she has stayed with us for the entire session, which sends a very strong signal about the importance of this area to OSCE. It's very easy following the previous speaker, Miko Martina, Maria, all of whom UNESCO has worked very closely with. It's really exciting times for media and information literacy. And as I contemplated my presentation, whether I should use a PowerPoint or not, I went through several iterations with Savinar, and in the end, I decided not to use a PowerPoint presentation. And hopefully I'm glad I am not, because I think the previous speakers have really set the stage and have given the framework and foundation for some of the points that I'm going to make. I want to congratulate you. UNESCO would like to congratulate you again on this important event. It follows our Global Media and Information Literacy Week celebration in October, which was mentioned by a number of previous speakers, where we focused on the theme, nurturing trust, a media and information literacy imperative. And again, we're quite pleased to see that this theme and this concept has come up in several of the presentations before. The week was a huge success, and it was a huge success because of partners like you, because of what Maria called earlier multi-stakeholderism, where we had over 900 events in 85 countries around the world. We came out with a very important document, outcome document, which is called the Abuja Declaration. The feature conference was hosted in Abuja, the Abuja Declaration. And it focuses, the Abuja Declaration focuses on global financing for media and information literacy, global financing for media and information literacy, an imperative to address disinformation and to nurture trust. And I think it's very important that as we engage in this dialogue, in this session, that we consider how we can really sustain media and information literacy development. For those of us who have been in the field for many years, and some of the speakers who spoke before have been in the field for several years, we know that media and information literacy goes through ebbs and flows. There are times of global attention and then global silence. And we need to change that, and we need to sustain media and information literacy so that we're not just being responsive when we're faced with a global challenge, but we see media and information literacy as a way to empower people to capitalize on the wave of opportunities. I will do three things in this presentation. I was asked to speak on media and information literacy, media freedom literacy in the context of media and information literacy, as UNESCO calls it. And I'll do three things, a little bit different from the previous speakers. I will suggest a reflection on issues around freedoms. I'll then propose maybe 4 or 5 ways in which media freedom literacy is part and parcel of media and information literacy. And then I will end my brief presentation with some policy priorities of UNESCO, particularly those relating to sustaining media and information literacy globally, deepening and widening and sustaining media and information literacy globally, and those also that are related to media or media organizations in general. Now, media freedom literacy or freedom of expression literacy is a central part of what UNESCO calls media and information literacy. Media and information literacy is an all-inclusive and comprehensive concept. And you heard it from several previous speakers. It covers an integrated set of information, digital, and media competencies. And UNESCO takes the approach that Martina spoke about earlier, where we do not want to focus so much on definitions, but what are the core competencies? Because definitions are always shifting. Media and information literacy is about storing critical thinking in the minds of people around the world. That is media and information literacy for critical minds in critical times. As far as life exists, all times are critical, really. Media and information literate people can contribute to preventing conflicts and are more resilient to disinformation and radical content. If you can visualize an image in your mind, you've heard several concepts, in fact, from the previous speakers. And if you can visualize an image in your mind with media and information literacy at the center, and around it, in fact, there are some 23 different concepts that are being used to describe this area. You know, you have heard some of them: information literacy, digital literacy, media literacy, news literacy, but there are many others: social media literacy, AI literacy, visual literacy, as I'm inviting you to visualize an image in your mind. You know, and this, if you succeeded in this visualization of the image that I tried to paint in your mind just now, these 23 different concepts that are linked and related to media and information literacy are not exhaustive, because now we need to add media freedom literacy. However, freedom of expression literacy is already there and a part of that ecology. For many decades, a model of media and information literacy that was embraced by stakeholders internationally was that people should be skeptical of information from the media and the government. And you heard that issue again earlier around trust. This was the model of media and information literacy that was being driven, and it took hold. You know, UNESCO, we were pushing back at that, and we have been pushing back for the past 3-4 decades. You know, that we do not want to develop people who become cynical and they trust nothing. If we trust nothing, then governance becomes difficult, democracy becomes difficult, and human solidarity will become far away from us. UNESCO, we have advocated and proposed an international standards and tools for an alternative media and information literacy framework that foregrounds the necessity for people to develop and understand the indispensability of free, independent, and pluralistic media. And so for UNESCO and within our framework, a basic competency of media and information literacy is that people should understand the functions of media and digital platform in democratic societies, in sustainable development, and the conditions under which media can carry out these functions. And finally, how to assess information and content that they provide. These and other competencies within the UNESCO framework constitutes this idea of media freedom literacy. Freedom of expression is a topic supreme for all of life, and it's a living priority of UNESCO. Without freedom, what else is left? Without peace, what else is left? How do we find this freedom of which we are naturally endowed? And how do we find this peace without which freedoms can be compromised? I suggest to you that the search for truth, which is what media and information literacy is about. Upholding truth. In upholding truth, we can find freedom and peace. In upholding truth, celebrating and valuing truth. When truth becomes supreme, to all of us around the world, then freedom can also be sustained. The International Day for the Right to Truth is one example of the UN. This day could be renewed in the context of the discussion we're having today. Imagine a world without freedom to think, without freedom to be, without freedom to speak, to express, to be creative, to give, without freedom to help, to receive, to mend, without freedom to be. For the next 7 or 8 minutes or so, I would like to address how UNESCO advanced media and information literacy for all to contribute to enabling freedoms in all its forms, and thus to achieve human solidarity and peace. So I suggest to you 5 ways in which media freedom literacy, as is being proposed in this session, is part of media and information literacy. And let us start with Article 19. We all know Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone have the right to freedom of expression and opinion, to seek, receive, and impart information, regardless of frontiers. You have heard it from the previous speakers. Media and information literacy is about empowering people with competencies, knowledge, skills, and attitude to assess their information needs, to search for information, to access, evaluate, and to use information in ethical ways, to understand their rights online and offline. In this sense, media and information literacy advances Article 19. Now, let us go back, point number 2, as to how media freedom literacy relates to media and information literacy. Let us go back to the start of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 1. And Article 1 states to us that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They're endowed with reason and conscience. The link here is that with its focus on critical thinking, that is media and information literacy, it is this reason and conscience with which we are all endowed that the acquisition of media and information literacy competences can stir in all people. If we consider the freedom to think, point number 3, again, media and information literacy is related to critical thinking. If we go towards the end of the declaration and look at Article 4, Part 3, it says that education shall be directed to the full development of human personality and to strengthening respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. It shall promote understanding, tolerance, friendship among all nations, racial or religious groups, and shall further the activities of the United Nations for the maintenance of peace. Here, I suggest to you, or UNESCO suggests to you, that education is about transforming minds and lives for fundamental freedoms and peace. Media and information literacy purposes to transform people's minds and transform their lives. If we were to recast the famous maxim of UNESCO that says, since wars begins in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the bastion of peace should be constructed. I mean, if we were to recast this powerful statement in the 21st century, where information, digital platforms, and media drive our societies, we could also say that if the use, misuse, underuse, or lack of use of information, technology, and media for freedoms and peace begins in the minds of men and women of all ages, it is in their minds that media and information literacy should be constructed. And this is the work that we're doing, and it's important work. And as I get to the aspect of policy, we'll see why it's urgent for us and how we should sustain media and information literacy so that the next 5 years, we do not turn our attention away and move towards something else. The final link between freedom and media and information literacy, the 5th and final link, and I draw on one of the fathers of information science. Some of the previous speakers spoke about information literacy as a concept, and UNESCO used the holistic media and information literacy and digital skills term. This father of information science is called Paul Zerkowski. And he developed a concept that he calls action literacy. Action literacy. And for Paul Zurkowski, action literacy is the ability to transform good information into ethical action, transforming good information into ethical action. And he suggests being action literate means that one's ethical actions are firmly rooted in good information. He notes further that the actions are helpful, the actions are good, the actions are carried out even when difficult. So the actions are healthy, the actions are good, the actions are helpful, and the right actions are carried out even when difficult. There are many inferences that we could draw from this definition of action literacy. Here I propose just one for our reflection. Action literacy is media and information literacy in action. It's media freedom literacy in action. When we are fully media and information literate, we should take positive and purposeful action concerning how we use, engage, and act upon positive and negative aspect or impact of information and digital technology in our personal, economic, and social life. A chief goal must be to advance human freedom, human knowledge, and peace. And herein lies the crux of media freedom literacy when this is assimilated in the broader context of media and information literacy. I close with highlighting a few examples of UNESCO media and information literacy policy priorities. And frankly, these examples echo what you heard before, and we have been working with many of the partners on the initiatives that they have shared. But one of our primary policy focus of media and information literacy, and we call on stakeholders all over the world, including our partner that we have been working with on many areas, the OSCE, is for us to push for national media and information literacy policies that ensures that media and information literacy is integrated in formal education and all levels of education. Media and information literacy is not only for the underserved or the so-called undereducated, because we see that the challenges of this information, is not only carried out by people who are undereducated or so-called marginalized. UNESCO, we have developed two resources, and many of our partners who spoke before have used these resources, drawn on these resources to develop their own resources. And this is the nature of this international cooperation. The first one is called Media and Information Literate Citizens. Media and Information Literate Citizens. Think critically, click wisely. And this is the second edition of our Media and Information Literacy Curriculum for Education and Learners. We have also developed what we call the Global Standards on Media and Information Literacy Curriculum Development Guidelines, where we set forth frameworks and what are the essentials that should be in a media and information literacy curriculum. As we're talking about media are central partners and parts of the information, communication, and education ecology. And we call on media as our media partners, and we see that is happening with EPRA and other networks in Ireland, for media to apply these tools in their remit to inform, educate, and entertain. As I come to a close, another example of a priority action of UNESCO is around pushing for media themselves to integrate media and information literacy in their editorial policies and programs. And we have been working in discussion with EPRA on the email network in that connection. We have developed what we call the Media and Information Literacy in Journalism, a handbook for journalists and journalism educators. Media and Information Literacy in Journalism, a handbook for journalists and journalism educators. And we're calling on media all over the world. And we're working with quite a number of media organizations, including the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, to adopt and pilot this resource. Media and information literacy must become a crucial component of media business model and sustainable development model, thus enabling viability, sustainability, and transparency of the media. Over the past year, we have been zeroing in on policies that are related to digital platforms. And we have had several policy discussions at the Internet Governance Forum and Global Media and Information Literacy Week and the Transforming Education Summit. And we're now working on developing a network around a global media partnerships on media and information literacy. We're calling on OSCE to join us on this global media partnerships on media and information literacy. In a related area, we have also developed an international framework for digital platforms to integrate media and information literacy in their policies, operation, and products. And the basis of this, the concern here is that we need to push for media and information literacy expansion in digital spaces. Again, we're calling on partners to join forces with us to validate this international framework for digital platforms to integrate media and information literacy in their policies, operation, and program, and to join us in its implementation, its monitoring, and evaluation. A final policy action is around networking and multi-stakeholderism and international cooperation, and you've heard about it from a number of the previous speakers as well. UNESCO, we drive, and we started some 9 years ago what is called the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance. It's a huge network of networks involving universities, government entities, digital platforms. We have members in about 120 countries around the world, and the network continues to grow. Connected to that is the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, which promotes dialogue, freedom, and peace. Universities are sisters of freedom and the search for unity in diversity. And so again, UNESCO urges universities within the member countries of the OSCE to join forces to strengthen cross-border, cross-cultural, and multidisciplinary knowledge creation around media and information literacy for freedom, trust, and solidarity. Against this backdrop, these policy action on media and information literacy, UNESCO partners is seeking to further collaboration with media and digital platform to ensure media and internet for freedom, for peace, for good, for public good, for trust, for change, media and internet for all peoples, and media and internet that promotes media and information literacy for all. To end this brief UNESCO intervention again, I call us to reflect once more on Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They're endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Earlier, I focused and suggested for us to focus on reason and conscience and how media and information literacy can stir these gifts. To end, let us zero in also on the spirit of brotherhood in Article 1. UNESCO would also say the spirit of sisterhood. Where the spirit of brotherhood or sisterhood exists and is, freedom and equality in dignity and rights prevail. Media and information literacy can help us to unlock our minds, can help us to unlock information, and thus unlocking our minds and our hearts to the spirit of brotherhood, which is a culture of kindness. That is media freedom literacy in action, or media and information literacy in action. With that, again, we want to thank the OSCE for their championship in promoting media and information literacy. We also, UNESCO, want to thank the European Commission, Sweden, and Japan, who have been long-standing partners and supporters of the UNESCO Global Actions on Media and Information Literacy. Thank you again for listening. UNESCO crave your partnership, and let us continue to strengthen that international multi-stakeholder cooperation to sustain media and information literacy for all. With that, I thank you so much.
Dear Alton, many thanks for this very lively presentation and also this broad overview of and clearly linking media freedom literacy to all fundamental freedoms and peace and security. This was very important, I think, to underline during this day. As you've all noticed, we're running a bit late. We still have two very interesting and knowledgeable speakers, but luckily the organizers had the foresight to have ample time after the coffee break, which we'll be holding now. We have ample time for those two speakers, and then and I think for sure we'll also still have some time for questions and answers and discussion. So I suggest that now we will indeed have the coffee break, that we reconvene at 12:10, so 10 past 12, and that we'll then kick off with the two next speakers. Have a great coffee break and see you back at 12:10, please. Oh, sorry, and the representative still wants to make one remark, so please hold on for a second.
Now, just I would love to stay. Very interesting interventions, but unfortunately, I have to leave. I have some other meetings. If I can join you later, I will be here. That's for sure. But I hope that in the meantime, you can have great discussions and again, great presentations. Thank you very much for joining us.
Our Media Freedom Literacy Roundtable. I really want to get started because we still have two excellent speakers who will give us their insights and overviews. And so we'd really want to return to this. The next speaker is Ms. Radka Bečeva, and she's the head of member relations for Central and Eastern Europe in the Directorate of Member Relations and Communications at the EBU, the European Broadcasting Union. She works on strategic advisory and policy issues related to EBU members, and she manages a program for support of public service media in the EU accession countries. From 2005 to 2012, Ms. Bečeva worked as head of the media program in the OSCE mission to Montenegro, supporting media reforms in the host country. She worked also with the UNMIK OSCE mission in Kosovo in 2004 and 2005. Ms. Bečeva has 16 years of experience in Bulgarian public service broadcasting as a journalist, editor, and executive producer and part-time lecturer at the New Bulgarian University. So again, a very knowledgeable speaker, and I gladly hand over the floor to you, Ms. Bečeva.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to thank the OSCE for representative of freedom of media for organizing this important event. I would like also to thank the presenters because there were indeed a lot of interesting and important presentations. We have had a very excellent cooperation with the OSCE and media literacy, such a complex issue that it should be approached in a complex way. So it is only very natural that representatives of different organizations, civil society organizations, international organizations are sitting here together and talking on this subject. And thank you for having me. For those of you who are less familiar, the European Broadcasting Union is a professional association of embracing 112 organizations in 56 countries. And I think that our public service media has really an important role to play when it comes to media literacy. Why? First, the public service media now in the circumstances of war, in the circumstances of the past COVID, showed high trust in public service media news. Our European Broadcasting Union Media Intelligence Service report shows that in 28 from 31 countries, people trust public service media news. 68% of the Czechs trust in Czech television as public service media. 74% of Estonians trust public service media. And why it is so? Because public service media in hard times, people need verified and trusted information, and public service media has a long legacy of developing quality standards. As you all know, there are international standards, the Council of Europe recommendations on public service media. The high quality of public service media is provided in national laws. It is provided in the internal rules and editorial guidelines. For instance, BBC, which turned 100 years, has more than 200 pages of editorial guidelines. So I think Miko mentioned the importance of self-regulation and ethic rules in public service media. This is really a very solid system of regulatory but also self-regulatory rules to ensure high quality as national and public service media. Media literacy is essential to empower audiences to participate in civil societies and consume content to make informed decisions. As we said, public service media is vital public source of unbiased information and diverse political opinions. It provides different groups in society an opportunity to receive and impart knowledge, express themselves, and share ideas. Moreover, it allows them to participate via media in the creative, cultural, and democratic aspects of society. Public service media advance media literacy. The ability to access and consume media, understand and critically evaluate its content, and communicate over ever-changing media platforms. Public service media uses different platforms to create a rewarding media experience and reach out to audiences in different ways. There are challenges in delivering quality content to different communities, generations, and social groups. Especially difficulties to reach out to young audiences. As you know, they have they are highly digital, they are highly diverse, and they have a very wide definition on what news is. For instance, Reuters pointed out to 3 categories creating the news spectrum: needs to know, personal interest, and fun when we talk about young audiences. There are challenges. Some need the training to evaluate the content that they come across. Some may need guidance or a refresher in identifying genuine information sources or protecting their online privacies. However, media literacy is a complex area involving a lot of stakeholders, as I mentioned. There are inequalities among European countries in terms of resources and access to how they use digital media. However, the revised Audiovisual Media Services Directive requires the member state to promote and take measures to provide media education skills. Media literacy is a lifelong learning journey, so that where public service media come in and promote media literacy through different projects by ensuring universal access to quality content on many platforms as possible. I would say a few words how the EBU promotes media literacy. Since we are the foremost professional alliance of public service media, we exchange experiences. We have Eurovision News Exchange, which has a social verification network where we fight disinformation and we provide to our members a verified and credible information. The EBU project European Perspective has a focus on promoting trusted news across language barriers. There is also a fact-checking strand to it. The EBU Media Intelligence Service makes comprehensive reports, and media literacy is part of these reports. For instance, the next slide. Yeah, okay, the next slide is missing, but I'm sure that we would. It is about trust in media and how important it is for our audiences. I would go through a few examples of our members, how our members cooperate with national players, with universities, with national libraries, with media regulatory authorities, with ministries, to create a network and enhance media literacy. Our first stop would be in France. In France, media literacy is considered among France's key activities in public educational policies. Media literacy policies are at an advanced stage where the state, the Center for Media and Information Literacy, and other actors, including France Télévisions and France Radio France, which are the public service media, work together to provide access and support in all stages education, primary, secondary, and tertiary. France Info and Radio France have prioritized media education by providing workshops and regular interactions with their young audiences. For example, L'Atelier France Info Junior allows teachers and students to understand how the news is produced and disseminated, and enables them to make radio packages. France popular interclass series allows students to report and produce news with help from professional journalists and producers. It gives the students and teachers the confidence and tools to create the news packages while learning about the media world and the production of information. Interclass was launched in 2015 after the terror attacks and the rise of conspiracy theories. France Télévisions manages alumni. The next slide we would show show their webpage, and you will see how it looks like. The digital curation platform for students and educators, which includes many interactive resources for students of all ages. Students can learn more about verifying and debunking fake news. It is not just about fake news. The alumni website offers also tools for students to learn about different aspects of social media and online safety. If we could please open the second link. As you could see, this is the Radio France, and they will have here videos about fake news, about how to discover what is authentic or what is wrong on social media. So this is the example. If we could go back, please, to the slides, to the presentation. Next country is Finland. I'm glad that our colleague Mikko from Finland mentioned Finland takes a multi-pronged cross-sector and cross-generational approach to their national media literacy program. Media education is ever present throughout the educational curriculum. To make it work, the actors, including the national media regulator, the education ministry, the teachers, NGOs, and media organizations, work to ensure proper and equipped with critical thinking and media literacy skills. Media literacy is an integral part of the civics education in the Finnish schools. The EBU Finnish member YOE is proactive in media education by providing quality digital and audiovisual content for students and educators, aligning with the national strategy. YOE also promotes everyday digital skills. For example, YOE helps young people spot e-commerce scams by spotting fake online stories advertised on social media by providing them tips, real-life examples, and quiz. But it is not just about scams. Online security experts offer information to their young audiences on how to protect themselves from hackers. while we also offer students and an interactive guide on how to interpret statistics, while we also produce this video and podcast show looking at different aspects of online safety, including trolling, conspiracy theories, what causes people to turn into angry people online, and safe spaces for open conversations. If we could run, please, the second link. Yeah, you could, yeah, exactly. So you could see here, while it's year 2021, the media literacy context and the videos, their tips, there is information, there is a full devotion on this topic. You see also a lot of interaction with youngsters. We could go back now, please, to the presentation. We will go to a less advanced country. It's Croatia, where the media regulator, the Agency for Electronic Media, takes on the responsibility for promoting media literacy, although there is no national strategy devoted to media literacy or safer internet usage. According to UNICEF, 80% of the Croatian citizens did not have the opportunity to learn about the media. But things are accelerating, changing. IM works close with UNICEF. There is a new page launched, media on media literacy in English in 2016. Which is the first portal and reference point for media education. The main goal is to raise awareness about the importance of media literacy. And of course, the public service media HRT works very close on this subject, and they are participating in the media literacy days, where the Croats have the opportunity to learn more about the public service media and have more access to this information. So next country would be Estonia, which is an excellent example. Estonia has a well-defined media literacy strategy since 2010. Students have learned media literacy from kindergarten to the secondary school. The country set up their media literacy strategy as a response of in the Russian to the Russian disinformation and cyber attacks in 2007. In addition, Estonia has a robust digital transformation policy where the country public services are accessible through a straightforward online portal. The same thinking applies also to the media literacy strategy. ERR, which is the public service media, works with the government and the relevant agencies to support the country's media literacy policies. They are doing Media Literacy Week. Their educational output is used to teach students about media literacy. Their media type project is aiming to increase young people knowledge on how media works. They have different content that looks at other aspects, such as how to spot differences between scientifically proven and scientific looking information. And they're publishing also videos explaining fundamental concepts on and radio interviews with local celebrities where they share their experiences with fake news. Maybe we could show, no, sorry. We could show the second link, please. No, sorry. It's another one. I was too fast. We are still with Estonia. Yeah, the second link, please. Sorry, the first link. It's a BBC. It's the first link. Yeah, these are all, I have put hyperlinks so that one could see all the examples. This is, for instance, how their media literacy webpage looks, and it is, you would see it's very full. It has videos, it has different subjects, different topics. And they have also in English, but now it would be too much of time to go through the English. If we could go back, please, and continue with Netherlands. Yeah, thank you. The Netherlands has a comprehensive media literacy strategy with a strong network committed to the ideals. The Dutch Media Literacy Network was launched as a program in 2008 as a government initiative. Netherlands Public Service Media NPO is one of the members and plays a prominent role in the network along with the Dutch National Library, the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision, and the Information Society platform, and an IT education advocacy group. These 5 organizations are responsible for drawing up and implementing media literacy plans by working with network partners such as libraries, schools, media platforms, and publishers. In addition, also, they work on supporting educational projects aiming at 3 target groups: teenagers, adults, and vulnerable groups. The network's role helped set up media literacy activities such as Cinekit Media Lab and media campaigns, for instance, Media Wisdom Week, to raise awareness of media literacy. Dutch public broadcasters NTR and NOS have broadcast and published media literacy content, primarily material that combats COVID and health misinformation. In addition, NPO provides content answering people's questions through concise and visual stories. Canis aims to separate fact from fiction and hopes to help the audience better understand the news and the world around them. We could now show the, yeah, okay. We could show the third link, and then I think we could slowly wrap up. Yeah, this is their literacy network, and it's explaining the aims, the goals, and how they operate, and what are the activities they undertake. I mean, I have more examples. I think that we would maybe need to leave out Latvia and Italy, but they are in the presentation, and this was just an illustration how public service media work together with many other national institutions such as schools, universities, libraries, ministries, regulatory authorities, and this topic could be indeed only tackled properly if all the efforts are in a comprehensive and a coordinated manner. And in the EBU, we also provide a lot of knowledge exchange, and we are continuing to provide a lot of analysis on trust and disinformation, and our members. This is the Austrian example. This is the Latvia example. And this is the Italy. I just wanted to, this was the slide which I couldn't show about the fake news and misinformation require guidance. 28% of the EU population is often exposed to disinformation and fake news. These are all parts of our media intelligence service reports, which is a very serious, where they do very serious analysis of the media scenes in Europe and the performance of public service media. I would say we are going maybe to have a separate session on recommendations, but since Miko already mentioned some of them, I would really focus on a few keywords: monitor, analyze, cooperate, strengthen, and create a safe environment for our future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Radke, for this very interesting overview of what the EBU does, what is being done in Europe when it comes to public service media and their important role in media freedom literacy, but also underlining the importance for, as you call it, a cross-generational approach, reaching the young audience. This is very important. I fully agree. So thank you for this. Then we'll go to our last speaker of the first session. She's joining us online. This is also from Finland, Ms. Minna Aslama-Horowicz. And she is a teacher at the University of Helsinki, a researcher at Nordic Observatory for Digital Media and Information Disorder, the already mentioned before Nordis. She's a fellow at St. John's University, New York, and an expert on advocacy and digital rights at the Central European University in Vienna, Budapest. Ms. Horowitz also serves in the think tank of the Nordic Council of Ministers, examining the impact of tech giants in the Nordics. She researches public media policies and strategies, digital rights, and media activism. Please, Ms. Horowitz, the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, esteemed chair, esteemed panelists, participants on and offline. I wish I could be there in the wonderful Vienna, one of my favorite cities of all time. Behind me is the scene of Helsinki at the moment, I'm sure. Happy birthday, Finland. It's our Independence Day, although I'm in New York and it's early morning. So apologies if I look sleepy. I am not. I am inspired and humbled, thinking, what can I contribute as a scholar, as a researcher, to this wonderful conversation where we've learned about such robust, strong, and multidimensional, multi-stakeholder networks and initiatives, big principles, the role of both national governmental stakeholders, of policies, of legacy media. But I was so thankful to the representative of UNESCO, esteemed representative. Thank you for calling out to us, to universities, because I think we have a role to play. Research has a significant role to play in media literacy, and especially media and freedom literacy. And as a scholar, I love definitions. So I'm going to talk a little bit about definitions. I still think they're important. I'm using a particular example to kind of bring us from the big picture to something very concrete, which was already mentioned, especially by our esteemed colleague from the EBU. I'm actually collaborating with the EBU on trust and literacy and journalism with the Media Intelligence Service. We're publishing something together soon. And I'm going to, based on the research, I'm going to highlight some takeaways and tools which are very similar what we've discussed, but from a different perspective, from perspective of those who are the targets, the audiences of literacy. I represent Nordis, so I'm colleague of Mikko's in this multi-stakeholder fact-checkers researchers collaboration in the Nordic Observatory for Digital Media and Information Disorders. And of course, that is a part of the EDMO hubs that has been already mentioned. The little logo in the corner of my presentation, Strateginen Tutkimus, strategic research, it's a new project, 6-year project we've started in Finland, funded by the Academy of Finland and its strategic network, to look at epistemic rights, so knowledge rights of citizens in Finland. And I think literacy, of course, is a central part, capacity to use those knowledge rights, to gather knowledge, to analyze it and use it to citizens' advantage. So Today, my agenda, which I go through very briefly, is those definitions that I love as a scholar, the example of young people as audiences and as targets of literacy, some approaches that I draw from several research efforts, and then related tools that I have discovered greatly thanks to different collaborations, EDMO collaboration as one of the central ones, and I see Emma Goodman is in the audience, so hat tip to EDMO's media literacy work. It has been wonderful to learn from colleagues around Europe. So definitions. I know we all know this, but when I was thinking about what media freedom literacy could be and how could we sort of conceptualize it. As a scholar, I want to conceptualize it. I know we all know this, but I want to bring this out because this comes up in the kind of concrete research, empirical research that we've done on young audiences. So of course, we have these huge structures of digital media ecosystem, national, global, different kinds of platforms, different kinds of ways to communicate, participate, use, get information. But when we start to think about media freedom, when we think about national actors, at least in the optimistic sense, they want to consider people as citizens. And media freedom is then very much related to democracy, right? If we think about global platforms, think about the initial philosophy that the internet had. So ultimate freedom of expression. It's a very different thing than media freedom. And does media freedom really matter to global platforms? Not perhaps in the sense. So I think this is a really interesting and important distinction as a definition when we think about then the realities of our audiences. And I come to that in a second. And this citizen-centric approach that we really need to take, which has been reiterated in every presentation and it was so wonderful, has not always been the center of all media literacy efforts in the sense. In the beginning of the Nordisk work, we did a series of interviews with journalists, media policymakers, media literacy experts all around in the Nordic countries, so Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And what I heard there from many different stakeholders was this sort of fear that since in the Nordic countries, we have these wonderful traditions and we have established policies, that we get this sort of top-down catch-all solution to information disorders from media literacy. And we forget the realities of citizens. So there are these wonderful policies, but do we really empower citizens or do we just teach them from top down? And it's been so wonderful to hear the sort of the language and the concrete initiatives towards empowerment. And so again, hat tip to my esteemed friends and colleagues at FactBar, who in their definition of digital information literacy sort of highlight the importance of literacy, not only skills and tools, but also the empowerment for citizens to challenge and demand, both from corporations and from decision makers, national and regional, for us at the EU level, of course, a better media environment, the better possibilities for literacy. Okay, so I wanted to take us to a very concrete world, and that is the world of young adults. I've studied trust and in journalism and need for literacy in Finland. My colleagues have studied it in Austria recently. And then there is a big Reuters Institute study by Eddie, which looks at UK, Brazil, and the USA as well. And they all kind of come to similar kind of conclusions. First of all, we think that young adults, well, they know everything. They're digital natives. do we really need to address them? Yes, we need to start with young children. We need to empower older adults and make them digitally skilled and literate. We know that, but we often think, well, young adults, they know everything. They are the ones who actually teach us digital skills. And I think it's important for us not to forget this group. On one hand, they are globally relatively similar, but often we forget that they are the future decision makers, but they are not addressed specifically in literacy efforts. And of course, we have different contexts. For instance, exposure to disinformation is different in different countries. Here, this is just as an illustration. And still, when we look at research of young people all around the world, first of all, we know COVID was a tough time for them. Many of them starting their studies or their careers, and they were left out of those possibilities. So what did they turn to? They turned to social media greatly. And in principle, many young people, at least in sort of European context, they trust legacy media, at least in theory. And they are, at least in theory, they experience very low trust in social media. And they're very, very aware, and they say it often, well, yes, I live in a social media bubble. I know it. Algorithms, I know it. At the same time, they have very high level trust of their peers. They crave for personal experiences and authenticity. And they are very critical of sort of patriarchal, top-down legacy media, even sometimes fact-checking efforts, because they're saying, yeah, somebody's teaching us what is right and what is wrong. And they're very critical of literacy efforts. And the sort of kind of polarizing tabloidization of the legacy media sphere due to competition in the journalism business models. We know all of that. They are also very aware of the need for equality and diverse voices in media, which they don't see. So you can imagine that already this kind of contradiction that comes from this. Yes, they want to be responsible citizens. They want to go for equality and diversity in their societies. Very much the Gen Z, especially, on all kinds of global surveys show this. And then the media they should trust doesn't reflect that. That creates a problem for literacy, doesn't it? Another contradiction is this. They understand, yes, there are commercial imperatives that drive journalism as legacy media. And they kind of know, yes, well, you know, global platforms are businesses as well. But there's hardly any criticism of global commercial imperatives of those platforms. And they really see social media as a source of diversity of news and views. And on the other hand, they say we want to avoid news in legacy media because it's too negative, it's too polarized, and that kind of confusing corona information was just too much. We left legacy media, we went to social media. At least we got diverse content there. And as I said, they are very aware of the need of freedom of expression, media freedom, very aware of the fact that, yes, we all need to be literate, but they think they're very literate already, that they really don't need much guidance or education in that field. At the same time, they experience quite a high level of distrust in others, especially other generations. They fear that older generations do not understand the digital sphere or do not understand the realities of young people. So what does that mean if we think about media literacy digital literacy, media freedom literacy, however we want to define it. First of all, I think it's important to promote holistic understanding of the entire ecosystem. And it was such a surprise to me that digital skills do not directly sort of translate to this kind of understanding. So the fact that we have misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, to make those distinctions is important. But Mikko and I have discussed this to great detail. We also need to understand that all around that is global platform power that enables, for instance, this kind of the information disorders, and then of course national power interests that we see around the world that create disorders or enhance them. We need holistic understanding. Then we need to promote continuous learning. This has been said many times over already. And for young people especially, to understand them, what they need. I'm not advocating for Mastodon here, but I'm just saying that there are new platforms that come. The scene changes so rapidly, and the young people are the first ones to embrace the new platforms. So we need to know where they are. We need to know where they are. And the research, again, can help us with this. Then, of course, and this has been said, and I was so delighted to hear from our colleague from the EBU, and I did a really little study on literacy efforts and disinformation efforts of public service media around Europe for the Council of Europe before they published their resolution on the role of public service media countering disinformation. And we know this. We need to involve trusted quality legacy media, but their literacy efforts are not fully effective if they don't involve young people all in all. Because young people feel they don't see each other in the news. They don't see each other as program makers. We need to involve them more broadly in legacy media activities, not only as targets of literacy, but also as program makers, content makers, agenda setters. And then, of course, I think this would do, all in all, we do this too little. We need to stress the idea of communication rights and citizenship, that media freedom is a fundamental right, but it's also our responsibility. Young people and us all, when we act online or offline, but do media-related communication, do we create environments that are safe, that feel good, that I can really express myself without being attacked? Is our netiquette, as they used to call it, something that promotes that? So the fact that each and every citizen is empowered in that kind of way. And so very finally, very quickly, some tools. I think we need to increase literacy, not only media literacy, but media policy and regulation literacy. What does Article 19 actually mean? What does the new Digital Services Act provide us? What kind of new protections and means to be active citizens and really counter the power of the platforms? Then, of course, we have fantastic tools such as the Digicomp 2.2, which was already mentioned, which I think is a remarkable tool in that it encompasses knowledge, skills, and attitudes towards literacy. And it has all these 5 elements from sort of literacy. Also, how do we communicate and collaborate online? What is the safety? How do we solve problems? And then, of course, how are we content creators and take our responsibility as content creators online? And then, of course, I want to just highlight the role of NGOs. And it's been said many times, we need we need to be cross-sectoral and multidimensional and include different sectors of the society. But I think NGOs are very important in understanding young people or any other groups in our increasingly fragmented societies. NGOs often have the sort of grassroots look to certain language populations, elderly people, different levels of education, and so on and so forth. So they can be incredible nodes and access to what's really is needed in particular sectors of the society. And then, of course, collaboration. That has been said many times. And I'm thinking this is wonderful to be here with you, engaging in this peer-to-peer learning. And what I also learned from the research of young people, that they are addressed the best in a similar way as we are here, peer-to-peer. So this was my short intervention from the perspective of scholarship and researchers. Greetings from the University of Helsinki. It has been my honor and pleasure to give this short presentation to you. So thank you. Kiitos.
Dear Mina, really many thanks for this presentation, giving us a further insight into what we just mentioned, the young audience, and perhaps even painting a slightly disturbing picture when it comes to what young audiences feel and think when it comes to this topic, but also providing us with some thoughts on how to further this. Especially, I remember your remark about media literacy not necessarily only needing to be top down, but also as a tool to really empower people, and especially these young people, and perhaps the peer-to-peer remark really rings true in this. I'm very conscious of the fact that we're almost already nearing 1 o'clock, which means that we would have a lunch break, but we started a bit later, and I do want to look around the room and also online if there are any urgent questions. Do be mindful that at the end of the whole round table, we will have also plenty of time for question and answer. So if there's nothing really urgent, then we can still do this at the end of the day. But I do want to look around if there are any points of discussion or questions or remarks to be made now. And I also look at you, my colleague Tovan, if there's any online questions. So let's see quickly. Don't be shy. I mean, we still have. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Safian from the UK delegation.
Would you move the microphone a bit further towards you, please? Because I'm.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay now? So this is Safian from the UK delegation. So thank you so much to the panelists for your really engaging presentations and to RFOM's office for convening this meeting. In the context of the kind of illegal war in Ukraine, I'd be really keen to hear a little bit more about the strategies that your organisations are using to counter disinformation in this context, and how we can do more within the context of working with RFOM and also OSCE participating states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will look around the room and see if there are any other questions, and then we can ask the panel if they have reactions to this. Do we have anything online? Not yet? Okay, good. Perhaps then we'll leave it to this one question, which is a very pertinent one and perhaps needs a lot of time to be answered, but let's not answer it in too much detail or time. Let's see who from the panel would be able or willing to. Miko, perhaps you would start off by providing a short answer to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important. I felt obliged as I raised Ukraine many times, because I think that's a very symbolic. Ukraine is making very interesting efforts themselves, and I think we can learn from them soon on tackling information disorders. And we are engaged with a couple of NGOs there and try to kind of see how it's going, because the context is, of course, completely different. I mean, we are living in the media welfare state in Finland, still very much aware gradually, little by little, what's going on and feel the pain, but they are there in the, let's say, the emotional turmoil, and it must be really hard, and that's why they really need the help. And the tools might differ, but over time, I think we try to engage for something sustainable and giving the best of the both worlds. So we have to learn really from them and listen what works there, and they are really in the middle of the information war, so to say. Then from our own efforts, we have tried to nationally. I think the Finnish media has been doing very good work on disarming the Russian disinformation, and I'm not, for example, in the case of Finland, very worried about that one. But something that I have seen a bit missing is the kind of traveling disinformation that goes in other countries. For example, I see some of the Russian disinformation posted in other countries that don't feel the pain as close as the ones in the border. And of course, it makes sense there, and it kind of worries there. But whereas some of the Finnish authorities, the media, don't feel responsibility of correcting it there, but it spreads. So that's why the networks like EDMO or something like that can over time, when they develop further, hopefully help on this one. So there is a trusted flaggers on this type of things that of course eats up our, let's say, unity on this issue as such.
So if I may use this platform then immediately to ask you, because you said the Finnish media are fairly good at dismantling or disarming Russian disinfo. Could you give one or two examples of this, perhaps, so to show us what that means in practice?
I think it's been just discussed over time now for a long time. So people know to prepare. And I mean, for example, we don't even need to somehow debunk things on social media on that one. There is such an active citizens who are aware of the things. I think we try to actually even more like moderate the things that, you know, we have to be careful on answering disinformation with some like a information war with the same tools or getting into the aggression too much. Just keeping cool is actually the best thing you can do for that one. But I believe that I really don't have any data on that one, but I think that has been somehow recognized, and I think the focus of the disinformation is somewhere else where it can make a difference, and that's why we feel that's a real problem in some countries. But I think we have been over time just having talked about it. They have discussed, explained about the troll factories, how they work, and that type of things. It just brings the awareness of the things as such.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you for the question. I think it's an excellent question. And from the point of view of European Broadcasting Union, which is embracing all public service media, I could tell you that our efforts are really non-stop to strengthen even further the high quality of news and the high quality standards in news production. We have trust initiative, we have social verification networks. Our news teams are all the time really triple checking information so that we are example for other media of how we present news. And I have to add here that now in circumstances of war, in humanitarian crisis, which we just came out, in political turmoil, societies are tending to divide and to polarize really very, very strongly. And we see public service media as really very crucial to bring social cohesion in society, to bring people together and to bring people on the table with all sides, with all pros and cons, and in an informed manner to discuss topics which are of public interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maria, I think you also wanted to react.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to highlight two specific things. So one is that within the network that I talked about, the Emil network, we actually welcomed someone from Ukraine who working with a Ukrainian media literacy organization called Filter at our last couple of meetings, specifically because it was an opportunity to connect her to those working on media literacy within the European space. So we're using those opportunities to bring as much kind of support, available support and connections as possible to those working within this incredibly difficult circumstances. So that organization has actually been tasked with developing a media literacy strategy for the Ukraine. And so therefore, that kind of interaction with those regulators and those other countries who have done that kind of work, I think is one of the things that we can offer in this context. And then the other is that so in our regulatory network, we have a member from Ukraine, the National Council and the Council of Europe, supported her attendance at our meeting in May, even after the start of the war, which so she was unable to travel to our autumn meeting, but sorry, the head of the National Council, I mean, and she was able to attend, and the representative was there, and we organised a debate on the subject of media freedom in times of crisis and war, and what that means for war propaganda and what that means for media freedom. And I think that's something that we also have a responsibility to continue to talk about, despite the difficult circumstances, and in the context of, for example, proposals for changes to media laws, which are intended to, of course, to deal with these difficult situations, which may in and of themselves be in conflict with some of those strategies and some of those outcomes and goals that we have around media freedom literacy that we've been discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think, Martina, you would also like to chip in, please.
Sure, yes. In relation to the Be Media Smart campaign that we ran in Ireland, we specifically kept that very broad, and it encouraged people to think critically about media and to this idea of stop, think, check. That works up to a point. And one of the lessons that we did learn in this doing this campaign, that unfortunately the people who are most vulnerable to disinformation are probably the people least likely to be listening or engaging with the channels that a lot of the messages that we and that other media literacy interventions use. And I think this is a thorny issue that we're going to have to kind of get to grips with. So on one hand, absolutely, the broad general public awareness campaigns are really important, because we do need to at a general public level, we need to raise awareness of this issue and promote responsible engagement with media. But there is also a risk then that we widen the gap, so that if we're preaching to the converted already, it's how do we reach the people who are going to be most vulnerable to misinformation and disinformation. And I imagine that countries like Ireland are in a position a bit further back than for example, Finland would be. So I don't think there's an easy solution to this at all. And sometimes I think there's a risk that if the people who are most vulnerable to this disinformation are seeing messages coming out from what they see as establishment organizations, it can almost inadvertently reinforce their beliefs as well. So it's very tricky to get this right, to get the balance right. And I think it was Mina was talking about research and the importance of research. And one of the points I wanted to make in my earlier presentation was around the big lesson that we've learned is that if you really want to, if we think about media literacy as lifelong learning, it's also about behavior change. And if we're serious about changing behaviors and changing attitudes, we have to have the research and the insights before we start to create interventions, because we need to understand the motivations of people, what the triggers are, what the likely activities or experiences are that will nudge them into a behavior change and support them in the long term. So I think one of the key issues around media literacy is and media literacy practitioners are well aware of this. Media literacy is not something that we can fix overnight. It's a lifelong learning journey, but it's a lifelong learning issue as well. And we need to start looking at this in much, much longer timescales, I think.
Thank you, Martina. That was really clear. I'm looking at the screen to see perhaps Mina wants to add something. Mina, if you would, please join us online and make your comment.
Yes, really quickly, Martina, thank you for your comment. This was actually, if I would have said my presentation in one sentence, it would have been precisely the understanding of different audiences. Having worked with Yle, the Finnish public broadcaster, and talked to them a lot about literacy and national security and their role in it, they say that they feel that they are one of the organizations who can really try to bring in those who are already marginalized from the sort of public debates and the public sphere, if you like. and precisely then bring them to the debates, not as vilifying them as sort of spreaders of disinformation or so, but trying to engage them. And of course, this is a humongously different task. How do you, for instance, address a COVID denier, a vaccine denier, maybe denier of Ukrainian war? In Finland, of course, the context, which Nick already explained, or since I'm working with some colleagues in Lithuania, the context is so that there is inherently literacy about disinformation. But how do you work with people who are still engaged in some of these debates and bring them to the public sphere so that they are not in their own little bubbles where they can cause a lot of harm, especially in the online environment, even if they're a handful? We all know that. And at least Wiley in Finland considers themselves as one of the only actors who can really do that. But how to do it so that you don't spread disinformation or create this sort of false objectivity or neutrality is a big task. And I think that's why we also, as those who are interested in literacy, we have to engage journalists and those who work concretely in journalism and journalistic ethics with this.
Thank you, Mina. With these tantalizing questions and remarks, I think we should close for now, also with a view to the fact that we have interpreters who have really been working hard. So please, if you have any questions, and I already saw a hand on my right side, please keep it for later for today, because we do have another opportunity to really do questions and answers. Now, I would really like to thank many thanks to my to the speakers who joined us for this first session. Really well done. I think they should get an applause. Thanks so much also for the two speakers who joined us online, and we will reconvene at 14:30. So 2:30, we'll be back in this room, I hope. See you all. We'll reconvene at 14. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. I hope you had a good lunch and perhaps even the possibility to get some fresh air, because that's always helpful for days like these, to get some fresh air every once in a while to get your brain started again. And I hope you all did, because we again have some very renowned and really knowledgeable and excellent speakers. And I'm very much looking forward to this second session of today's roundtable on media freedom literacy. And the session is called Mapping Media and Digital Literacy Initiatives in our OCE region. We're going to pursue the same as we did before. We have 5 speakers. I will introduce them shortly. They will try to keep their presentations on to around 15 minutes, and then we'll have time left at the end of the day after a coffee break to do some more question and answers. And I know that there were questions that weren't answered yet, so please keep these for at the end of our meeting. The first one on my list of speakers is sitting. There you are. Hi, Maya Capello. She joined the European Audiovisual Observatory, part of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. as head of the Department for Legal Information in 2014. Set up in 1992, the observatory's mission is to gather and diffuse information on the audiovisual industry in its 41 member states. That can't be true. Or is it? Is it 41 member states? No, if it's Council of Europe, it should be 46.
It's an enlarged partial agreement, so we have the luxury of having less or more, depending on the will.
Thank you for this clarification. Sorry to do it like this. She's also a member of the Italian Superior Council for Cinema and Audiovisual since 2017. And since 2020, she's also a member of the advisory board of the European Digital Media Observatory, EDMO. Before joining this observatory, Ms. Capello worked for the Italian regulator ACCOM from 1998 and was head of ACCOM's digital rights unit of the Media Services Directorate. And she was also a vice president of the EPRA, from whom we heard before, from 2011 to 2014. Again, some resume one could say, please, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. We are a little family, aren't we? We are passionate about media literacy. So I'm very happy to lead you through something that could maybe be considered a bit historical today, which is a mapping that covers the period 2010-2015. So what's the purpose of bringing here a mapping that is so old? Well, actually, the purpose is to see what is still valid today, what has happened in between, what would happen if we had to redo the exercise today in light of the two main challenges that we have seen, COVID, the war in Ukraine, and the big fight against disinformation. So to give you a little idea of what I would like to bring on the table for discussion today, it is, first of all, to present you the main findings, a little bit of introduction on the methodology we used, because I think there is some universal, let's say, a learning process that we can still benefit from. And I'm very happy that Martina Chapman is here also today, because she was our coordinating expert for this mapping research. So really the brain behind lots of classification exercise that we did, and that I think is mostly still valid today. I will look then into the challenges that the fight against disinformation has added to the picture, and give some remarks on what has been the work of EDMO at national level. I know that Emma Goodman is following us. She might chip in later, telling a little bit about the work of the hubs. And then I will round off with a few takeaways that can be also used for discussing further. So let's start with the methodological question. So the goal of this mapping was not to do a classification of what are the best media literacy activities. The idea was to provide a snapshot of trends of the most significant media literacy projects that had been taking place across Europe in a certain period of time, 2010, 2015. At the time, the EU counted 28 members. So today, let's say EU 27 plus UK. And the idea was to identify trends at regional, national, and European level, and most of all, to inspire by creating a repository of practices that maybe could be of inspiration. Two important elements to define the scope. It deals only with audiovisual content and non-curricular education. So the focus was on purpose, on what are the activities done by stakeholders, and we will go into what are the stakeholders that were concerned, with exclusion of what was the purpose of teaching education, because that was done by another kind of research conducted by the European Commission, who was the sponsor of this study. There were, of course, some methodological challenges, because first of all, there was at the time an absence of a universally accepted definition. We have talked a lot about definition today, so I will not go into details of this again, but just to put you into the mood of doing that exercise at the time, the only definition of media literacy that was at the time central was the one developed by the Media Literacy Expert Group, so this umbrella definition that you see here on the slide, but which is, I think, still quite valid today. So it's quite broad, and it covers a variety of concepts. There was also also, of course, another problem, the absence of a common evaluation framework, which is still not existing today. So there is also still some room for progress here to identify some common indicators. We had to invent them and to from scratch and to try to find how to put together some information that could be considered comparable. And then there was a third challenge, which was, of course, the presence of various factors influencing what could be considered as significant. What was significant in one country might not necessarily be so in another one. So let's go briefly through these elements. So how did we make this data comparable? Basically, we did it through a standardized questionnaire. So we put together criteria that the experts were asked to follow to identify the 20 most significant projects at national level and give them a description of the 5 most significant of them by establishing a common point of contact in each country. And there we looked at different kind of expertise. We looked at universities, media regulators with a specific focus on media literacy. We looked at media literacy centers, independent experts. So we had a variety of experts, which we chose according to their level of expertise and engagement, so as to have one single entry point at each national level. And then, of course, the involvement of the stakeholders, which was the characterizing element of a research that was focusing on non-curricular activities. In order to establish the standardized set of questions, we did some classification exercise. So we asked the expert to look at project types, different sectors, various media literacy skills, look at the scale of the project and the time period. And for each of these clusters, we used some identifying tags that the experts had to use in order to help us do the classification. And this way we managed somehow to make comparable things that were actually not meant to be compared with each other as such. But after this classification exercise, it was actually possible to build a quite complex and sophisticated database, which allowed us to make these projects comparable. The third challenge that I mentioned was significant. Well, what is significant? There is no definition of what is significant and meaningful. So here again, we had to invent it, and we created some tags that the experts had to look at. So what was the size of the target audience? How much was the budget, for example? The success, looking at the outcomes, the impacts, the level of public awareness, level of engagement of the audience and of the stakeholders. And each of these elements were tagged in order to then assess what was the level of significance. So much about methodology. If we move on to the key findings, I would like you to look at a few of them. There will be some graphs. These slides will be, I guess, distributed afterwards. So don't stress with taking notes, but I would like to flag to you a few elements. First question that we asked was to identify the main stakeholders that were involved in the media literacy project. We managed to identify at the time more than 900 stakeholders, which is a quite significant number of different stakeholders. 1/3 of them belong to civil society, and the various sectors that we were looking at were academia, audiovisual content providers, online platforms, public authorities, a little focus on media, national regulatory authorities, and civil society. And you see here that civil society was the clear winner. We also asked the expert to identify if they had or not statutory duty in order to intervene on media literacy. So this allowed us to look at who were the main characters. Then networks. This is a word that we have heard already quite many times this morning. And at the time, we identified more than 200 networks in total. This number today appears very small. This is a number that we can maybe find in one single country. But at the time, this was a number of networks at national level. And most of these networks, they had no real pan-European activity. Don't forget that the period is 2010-2015. International collaboration was not yet any precondition, for example, for acquiring funding. So there were spontaneous activities which were mainly responding to specific needs at national levels. And again, if we look at another element, if the clicker responds, yes, the project types. Here, there is a little scattered variety. We see that end user engagement was a quite relevant kind of project. This is mostly linked to the kind of use of the media skills. We will look into skills in a minute, but just to remind you about which kind of areas we asked the researchers to look at. It was research, resources, campaigns, provision of funding, networking platforms, policy development, and end user engagement. But you see, there is no real clear winner in here. Where we find a clear winner, and this is probably the most interesting part of the research, is about the media literacy skills. Here, this is where you see that the clear winner is critical thinking. We have heard a lot about it today. Media use comes right after. And what is maybe a bit disappointing to see today is very little about intercultural dialogue. In this cluster, we had inserted issues like fighting against radicalization, hate speech. This was not so high at the agenda at that time. Here we would probably get some different results if we had to look at the same kind of question today. But what appears clearly is that critical thinking comes up as a tool, as a key skill set, right? I think this would come high up still today as a, well, we had a little exchange, Martina and I, before the event today, and I like that how she defined it as a foundational building block. I think this is a very good way of qualifying it, because it is indeed a base on which the rest is built. And if we go to a little bit more of granularity in the case studies and look at which kind of skills came particularly high up, you will see that more than 2/3 of them are linked to some subcategories of critical thinking: how media works and messages are constructed, interaction, engagement, and participation, making informed choices. And of course, what is missing is reference to the information crisis. This was not at the agenda at the time, so this is an element that probably today would look different, but the toolkit of the critical thinking, this would still be there. So that's why I think this is a quite interesting snapshot of the time that can still teach us something today. Moving on to the sectors, I don't really know where I should point the clicker. If there is a sensor, okay. If we look at the sectors, here we had a little problem because the sectors were not always clearly defined. So many of them ended up in a sort of big box called cross-sector collaboration. But you see, we have quite many projects within civil society. A bit surprisingly, very little with online platforms and media regulatory authorities. This would most likely look very different today because the Code of Practice on Disinformation gives a clear role to online platforms. The AVMS directives give a clear role to media regulators. So here is another element where probably the result will be a little bit different. On the geographical reach, you see most of them are of national outreach. I guess today we would see more of a kind of European international level. And to conclude with the audience groups, here we see that the big winner is teens, older students and professionals, whereas very little, you see them at the bottom there, older people. So they were clearly the excluded ones from the majority of these projects. So, and there is no reference because we did not ask this question. Maybe we would ask it today if we would have to repeat the exercise. Vulnerable people, groups at risks, kind of people that would go a bit cross over the age groups. So I mentioned the absent here is the fight against disinformation, and that is because, we must think this was published in 2016. The first Code of Practice was adopted, was signed by the signatories in 2018. With quite some criticism. You will remember the discussion around their shortcomings. It was considered that, well, the application was quite inconsistent. There were various gaps, lack of monitoring mechanism, lack of commitments. So some years after, actually this summer, the strengthened Code of Disinformation was signed with quite many improvements. with a permanent task force, with strengthened monitoring mechanism, even KPIs with key performance indicators and regular reviews. And this is the most interesting part probably for us today, specific chapter dedicated to media literacy. So here there is quite a lot in the 2022 code. Critical thinking is mentioned, vulnerable groups as well, flagging mechanisms, appeal mechanisms, users empowerment. We've heard a lot about it this morning already. These are new elements that appear in the 2022 code. And in between the two codes, in October 2020, EDMO was set up. So these are important dates, a bit also to understand the context why things have been rapidly changing. And EDMO was set up of course, with a diverse set of activities. I would like just to focus here today on the media literacy oriented ones, where EDMO has been working very much in the past 2 years, providing an overview of media literacy activities in Europe, providing for searchable collection of case studies. And what I would like in particular to mention as one of the most important tangible results are the country profiles. This is really a very important work that EDMO is doing, because it's putting together basically an overview of the state of media literacy in each country, so that we don't need to reinvent things when research has already been done. And here you will find information on policies, institutions, status of media literacy, what happens outside formal education, inside formal education, what is the role of stakeholders, and links to also the civil society, and links to other projects. EDMO is also very active with regard to training sessions and exchange of knowledge. This is seeing particularly the role of the national hubs. We have already heard about Nordis and the big work done in the Scandinavian countries, but there are hubs all over Europe. This is a very interesting, let's say, mushroom growing activity because they have been really being born at a very fast speed, and they are working very hard on this issue of sharing activities and sharing knowledge. One of the elements that is particularly significant, just to conclude this parenthesis on EDMO, is the development of quality standards and guidelines. This is important for future kind of works. When we did the mapping, we had a bit to reinvent these things. Now EDMO is working on this on a scientific basis, let's say, with the help of the national hubs, and putting together directory of good practices, general guidelines, looking at how the evaluation framework can be put together, because this is very important in order to do the assessment of what is the impact of media literacy action. It's not just enough to compile a list of best practices. We must also be able to see if they work and why they work. So what comes next? I would say I would mention three points. The first one, users empowerment. This we have heard about this morning as well. Users, they are not able to be autonomous if they have not the tools to defend themselves against any kind of disinformation. Disinformation can be technically legal, but very harmful. So there are limits to what regulatory activities can be pushed towards. So there is a certain gray area where the users are inevitably a bit alone. So there is where the toolkit is very important. But they are not alone in the constellation, because we have heard about stakeholders. Stakeholders, they have been central in our mapping. And now in the code of practice, what is central is the stakeholders dialogue. This is also central in many activities that are pushed forward, both at OSCE level and EU level. And this is important now more than ever, because if the stakeholders manage to agree on a common set of framework with regard to, for example, the indicators of what is trustworthy, what can be found on their platforms, well, then they help people become media literate. If the media literacy can be imagined as a sort of toolkit, and this toolkit gets a form of response, the work of the stakeholders, well, then they can meet midway, and this is certainly positive. And to close this trustworthiness cycle, let's say, as I would like to call it, we need to strengthen also the institutions. They need to be on board. They have to be independent, accountable, reliable, because if stakeholders and users have trust in the regulators, well, they will also trust the environment that they monitor, regulate, and sanction. I will stop it here, and happy to take questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this historical overview of what happened then, the snapshot that was taken in 2010, 2015, and also then bringing it to these days with some thoughts and elements of a climate of trust. Thank you very much. That brings us to the next speaker, who's also sitting on my right-hand side, Maren Lesensky, who's Program Director of the European Policies Program of the Open Society Institute in Sofia. You hold an MA in Southeast European Studies from the Central European University, Budapest, and an MA in History from the University of Sofia. Mr. Lesensky previously worked for the Institute for Regional and International Studies in Sofia, Bulgaria, and he has been a Freedom House visiting fellow with the Hudson's Institute Center for European and Eurasian Studies and the Center of National Security Studies. And you've also been a participant in the Transatlantic Young Leaders Program of the Aspen Institute in Berlin. So that makes you a very qualified speaker, and I'm happy to hand the floor to you.
Thank you very much. I want to first to thank the organizers and for organizing this event and bringing us here to discuss these issues and going through all this logistics and travel. Okay. Actually, I wanted to start with something. I was listening to a historian talking the other day, talking about how Gutenberg invented the printing press and comparing the situation actually to nowadays. At the time when the printing press was invented, there were very few people who were actually literate, and took a lot of time to get used to this production of information. And people were just, pointing to some letters, different letters, and said, okay, I recognize this. And they built their, theories and knowledge on this partial knowledge. So we're in the same situation because even as we're in the digital age, radio and TV are not so old, and they're already considered legacy media. Anyway, I was invited here to speak something that is called Media Literacy Index, the latest report, and what are the possible findings and implications. What is this index? It was devised in 2016, 2017, when me and my colleagues decided that we are going to do something about the fake news epidemic at the time and the post-truth phenomena. So we came up with this instrument called the Media Literacy Index, which is assessing, to our definition, the resilience potential of a number of European countries to the impact of fake news and the post-truth phenomena by employing media freedom, education, and interpersonal trust indicators. So we started in 2017. There have been several editions in the index. We started with 35 countries, and in this year, 2022, we added several more, 41 countries. What are the ingredients actually of the Media Literacy Index? What is the methodology, in other words? So we decided that we were going to take several aspects of the problem. We constructed it around this thinking. So in the first place, these are the media freedom indicators. Then we have education indicators, interpersonal trust, and new forms of participation. Why we included this media freedom indicators? We included it because we think basically that this is one of the key aspects of the resilience to fake news. And the post-truth phenomena. Because imagine in a controlled media environment where media manipulated, we cannot speak actually of media literacy properly, and so on. So the information is by definition manipulated. So we have also education indicators, more specifically quality of education indicators, which are mainly the PISA scores by OECD. And of course, the reasoning here is that when people have there is a higher quality of education, people will be much more adept in dealing with the information crisis. We've also included trust, but trust in others, interpersonal trust, which is also a proxy of civil society development. We didn't include trust in institutions because it's maybe situational and may change over time. And we also included the participation index of the United Nations. So what you see also is the weight. We provide a different weight to different indicators. So it's media freedom indicators and education indicators are the most important. And when we collected the data, actually, this is the result of for 2022. I don't know whether you're seeing this, that these are the 41 countries ranked according to their result in our index. The first place is Finland, followed by Norway and Denmark, and then Estonia. I have to say that Finland actually occupies the first place each year since the start of the index in 2017. Norway is a newcomer, but it's already second. And I have to say I'm very glad to see Estonia, which is a country from our region with our region is the Central Eastern European country, which has different fate, so but it also manages to do quite well according to our index. And in the last countries that are last in the ranking, several countries in Southeastern Europe and the Caucasus, Georgia, Turkey, Ukraine, and several others. Here on this map, on this graph, you see the same table with much more details. You have also the ranking. You see the scores from 0 to 100, but you also see different colors to the countries. So this is the different clusters. We ask the computer to divide the countries into different country clusters, which are a group of countries with similar characteristics. So the dark blue countries are the most high-ranking countries, which are faring much better. Then you have the lighter blue countries, which are also doing well, but not as much as the first cluster. Then you have the yellow cluster of countries, which is kind of transition in the middle. And then with the orange and dark red, you have the last two countries with the countries which are different, doing worse. So the interesting thing is that when you put off the map, you have this situation. You can see that there is obviously a geographic pattern in the media literacy index results, with the Nordic and Western European countries doing much better. But there's also, I think, something else that we don't see our clear east-west divide here. It's much more Eastern and Southeastern Europe against all the others. So the countries in the Balkans plus Georgia and Ukraine are doing much worse than the others, so kind of isolated from the others. What does it say? It says that these countries have to be watched much more carefully, because according to our methodology, some countries are doing much better in media freedom, some are doing in quality of education, and the countries which are at the bottom of the ranking are doing worse on as in education as in media freedom. And I've put here the table of the ranking in media freedom, which we used in our index, and you see a little bit of different ranking. Norway is the first, followed by Denmark, Sweden, but then Finland is doing quite well on the 4th place, Estonia on the 5th place, which comes to say that media freedom and media literacy results are also very closely linked. And the countries which are doing the worst, you can see down there on the bottom of the ranking. And here's, if I can change this, here's, I think, a very interesting point of discussion for today's topic. Several years ago, actually, we decided to look for different relationship in the index, and we put together the indicators. And what you see here is on the one axis of the scatter graph, the media freedom scores, and on the other axis, you can see the quality of education scores. And when you put the results of the countries, you see that there are no countries in two particular areas. There are no countries in the high quality of education, low media freedom. So there's no country which has high quality of education, but low media freedom. And there's no country of high quality of education, low media freedom. So it's this is a problem. And when you see how the countries are distributed, you can see that most of the countries that are doing well, like Finland, Estonia, Norway, and so on, are in the countries which are doing both well in the high quality of education and high media freedom. And on the other hand, the countries that are doing worst are in the have low quality of education, low media freedom. And when I was thinking also of what we can do with this data, except that, you know, think about it in the graph, I came upon a survey, global survey, which is, I think, published by the Harvard Misinformation Review. The survey is called Who is Afraid of Fake News? And actually, the researchers have done a global survey, I think, of 142 countries, how different audiences perceive the risk of encountering misinformation. So what they find out are two things. First, risk perception does not reflect the actual risk of encountering misinformation. And what they found out that is there's surprisingly low level of concern about misinformation in some regions, especially parts of Central Asia and Eastern Europe, where the freedom of the press is in part curtailed. And as you can see, in Eastern Europe, the concern about disinformation is about 43%, in say Central Asia about 38%, while in North and Western Europe it's about 61%. And this also coincides with our index that the countries which are most vulnerable are the least concerned about misinformation. And also, I wanted to draw attention to another survey that was released recently, I think, by the European Parliament. It's called the News and Media Survey. And it was again public opinion, and they asked which are the most usually used sources for media consumption. So again, as you can see, the traditional media are still very much one of the most used sources. With TV, 75% of the respondents answer that they're getting their news from TV. Then about 43% online media, news platforms, radio, and so on. Social media platforms about 26% and print press 21%. One thing that struck me actually is how different the different countries are. In Finland, for example, 73% of respondents trust public TV and radio stations, while this is true only for a fifth of the public in Hungary and Poland. And another difference in Luxembourg, 63% of respondents trust the print press, while only 80% of the public in Bulgaria and Poland trust the newspapers, basically. I think this is very important when devising different strategies of countering disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. And I've tried actually to single out several possible recommendations. I think the first one is how we solve the dilemma between education and regulation, because I think until recently I would be all for education before regulation. But on the other hand, education, as we all know, is the wrong road ahead, so it's quite difficult. And regulation leaves us with some tough choices. For example, disinformation is eroding democracy, but regulations can stifle freedom of expression. So that would be a problem. Then when we think about roles and responsibilities, we have this triangle: traditional media, online social networks, and institutions. And I'm speaking again of representative civil society organizations. We have to work with them to solve the issues. Again, we have to think about country and regional differences. For example, we cannot, I think there is no catch-up-all approach, because in some cases, information may come from traditional media in some countries, not for source, and actually online social media are free outlets and outlets for free speech. So this is again tough dilemma to decide. And when debating the role of CSOs, some of my colleagues are saying the CSOs must become media, but actually it's not our job to do that and to compete with the media, but rather engage in watchdog and advocacy roles, actually making the institutions do their job, prepare active citizens upholding values, democratic values, civic. There's been a lot of talk before lunch about changing behaviors, and this is one of the things, actually not allowing disinformation and hateful behavior online to translate into hateful behavior offline. And then partnering with traditional media for teaching media literacy. And I'm finishing something with the article that was already mentioned. What examples can we find from Finland, for example? And I liked very much one teacher who said the first line in the defense is the kindergarten teacher. So we must start from the kindergartens, but we remember that the teachers are the ones who are actually doing the teaching, not the others. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that's of course a very good last line of your contribution. Thank you for giving the overview of the index you work on, and give us some more insight on how that functions. And I think we saw some clear things that we might have expected, but it's also good to see that come back, like media freedom, literacy, and media freedom itself, and media freedom, literacy, and the quality of education are clearly linked. But you also shown some remarkable differences, and especially I think the percentages we saw from the different countries are really something to bear in mind when discussing this topic. So thank you very much for this. Then we go to our next speaker on the list. That is to my left hand, Vanya Ibrahim Begovic Tiak. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. She has been media literacy educator and advocate for 12 years now. During that time, she has trained hundreds of citizens in basic media and digital literacy skills. You work with different groups in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Montenegro, and mainly with youth, university and high school students, as well as with deprivileged youth in marginalized communities throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also with teachers, parents, civil society activists, and public servants. Journalists, representative religious communities, and the doctors. And you're an author of several publications on media and digital literacy, so I'll gladly hand you the floor. Please go ahead.
Yes, please, thank you. So thank you for the introduction. Good day to you all. I will try to make this faster. I hope you don't fall asleep after the lunch. It's a privilege to be here and provide a voice to this other side of the spectrum that we saw in Index. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and my task is to share some of the experiences from the region. But how do I start this?
A minute.
Okay. I want to say that I agree. I won't be going into the definitions of. How do I move it, please? Play.
There you are. Now you know.
Maybe I can ask my colleague to do it for you.
No, it's easier if I do it because I want to skip to some of the. But from the practitioner perspective to the whole topic that we were discussing all day long, and is a discussion that I'm heartfully in for over a decade. I would say that media, information, and digital literacy, I kind of into the multi-sectoral identification. I use it as a synonym, and I kind of understanding it as a whole, even if said media literacy, in my understanding, it takes into account all of these elements of the definition. But in my region, it is used as a tool for strengthening or even building the democracy. This is the business I'm in. Can you help me just to move this towards the next slide, not to go out of it? Okay, which one?
With this black one.
Okay. So freedom of expression, and I won't be coming into it, but several elements I want to emphasize, though we've discussed about them in the previous sessions. But active citizens will hopefully end up being the motor of the progress of the societies that we live. And as such, of course, the digital age and age we live in, we share the contemporary challenges. The Finland, with the disinformation and everything, but in the Western Balkans region as well. However, the context is very much different, and I will talk a bit, I think, about that. We work in the environment where the governments are, so to speak, to put it mildly, are not an ally. We work in the environment where education systems, educational authorities lack expertise and lack trust, as noted in the previous presentation. We are the environment where the economic struggle of the societies is a reality, and I will use two. So this is where our struggle with the information, media and information and digital literacy takes place. I will share two today's news from the region to illustrate the context just a bit. In Bosnia and Herzegovina today, the state minister for human rights and refugees was just arrested for corruption and organized crime linkages. The arrest took place this morning. In Serbia, 2 TV broadcasters that are regional but are covering whole Serbia are broadcasting black throughout the day as a voice against the political pressure over a freedom of expression. So this is the context. So I will give a bit of an introduction to the state of the current situation. So take a look at the policy level and show some of the examples of the initiatives that are taking place across of the region. So yes, the index we talked about. So I'm just emphasizing again how the index is based on the data that takes into consideration media freedom, like media freedom indicator. So we talk about the Freedom House and Reporters Without Borders data that collects throughout, and then we talk about education. So PISA and trust in people. We touched upon that, and I want to talk more. But you see, we belong to the very red dots of the index. We are the full bottom of the map. Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and Albania, Serbia and Montenegro are in the second worst in the orange category. So I can come into the nuances, what brings them apart. But here I want to just make this important note. I am, for the sake of the time constraints and to accommodate the task, I will generalize a bit. There are significant differences between the countries within the region, but on a some sort of a wider level, we do discuss about very similar problems and situation. And with this remark of Bosnia and Herzegovina being the most complicated political environment, and then it kind of translates into the policy making and structure systematizing and educational elements as well. So also media literacy. So on a policy level, yes, obviously, media information digital literacy belongs to the policy belongs to each of these spheres, how to say, and it intersects with all of them. And I won't spend too much time of there. I will show you the media policy regionally, because media information literacy is kind of covered in the media strategies across the region. Education is somewhat complex, but I started with the best examples there, and then go to the poorer situation. In Montenegro really has a media strategy that kind of 22-26. It's done by the support of Council of Europe, experts, and had a political buy-in. So it really defines as a 5th strategic goal development, cross-sectoral development of media information literacy, has very clear goals and deadlines, And it really is something that we can call a good strategy. And I would speculate here or make an informed conclusion that this part would actually be something that sets Montenegro on the index into the progressive sphere, of rather than being very red dot to be an orange dot in the global media literacy index. Serbia also has a strategic document. If we it identifies media information literacy, puts it in the media, but also talks about the education goals. It's less developed and defined, and is less defined and bound by deadlines. So and then there is this context of even media talking about the huge political pressure that they're under. So this is, but there is a strategic document and there is an acknowledgement and on the systematic approach to development of media information literacy. And then other countries are in the sphere where we say there is a lack of strategic approach to development of media information literacy. What it means, it doesn't mean that nothing happens and that nothing exists. There are things that are going on. It just means that there is a lack of funding that comes through the systematic and the institutions are not really funding these elements. But even if then I think maybe this is a good thing to note here. Even if there were strategies, it's very questionable whether these societies, these institutions would have resources to commit to development, at least to the extent that it's needed in these societies. So what we're dependent on across the region on the international donors fundings. So, and then it comes with its own constraints. So it's really, and I think I liked the formulation Mr. Grizzle used, UNESCO, global attention versus global silence. This is how the donor-driven development is really defined with, at some point, media literacy right now is a buzzword, and we see donors fundings coming in mainly for the fact-checking part of the work we do, whereas educational elements and some others are neglected at some point. And since in Bosnia and Herzegovina these activities are happening under these streams of fundings, it means really nothing or almost nothing, is happening in other spheres. And a few years back, it was about education, but then formal education proves to be rather difficult. So then we shift our strength and our activities into the informal. So that means then that a lot of people, citizens, is excluded from the process. But what is very important to note, and I think Maria talked about it, but media regulators following the example of Ofcom, of Ireland regulator, Finland as well, are becoming more and more active and important player in promotion of media literacy and educational activities as well. So I showed you the websites of the, also I should mention here, Croatian model, Croatian regulator started this a few years back and became really a model to other regional regulators to follow. What they're producing is they are working advocacy campaigns, but they're producing a lot of usable training materials for different categories, for teachers, for parents, even for youth, to actually these web presentations of media regulators are becoming really resources of relevance for the education and development of media literacy. Also, funding is also important to mention here. Those are the regulators per definition. In practice, we can argue and debate about that, but are independent in terms of, and there is they are they have sources of funding that can be streamlined into this. And now when we have the commitment, it is likely to this is the beginning stage, but it is likely to actually lead to more open and active process of development. So I mapped some categories of the different activities. Say a decade ago. So a lot of is done in education. So in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also others, it's mainly advocating integration of media information literacy in a formal education, again, as a lifelong learning process. So from the very early age to forever, as the technology is changing, and but also we advocate and work a lot in informal educational process, because in particular for Bosnia and Herzegovina, it is very not likely that education system will be changing in a foreseeable future. So it's important to remain to keep very active informal educational activities, and then advocacy, and of course, as I mentioned, fact-checking. So I will go how I am with the time. Okay, thank you. I said what are the main challenges, but there are currently ongoing. So, and always the initiatives are dependent on the funding. So here we look at the Macedonian program called You Think, that is funded by USAID funding, and IREX is working is sub-granting the Macedonian organization to implement the project, and they work a lot with actually formal. They're developing the expertise of educational authorities in Macedonia using the curricula. Similar program just ended in Serbia. It was it lasted for a few years and had a significant success. Council of Europe is finalizing a program on strengthening media information literacy, working mainly with the regulator in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Communications Regulatory Agency, with the Martina also took part in this. We're bringing expertise, and the main focus is really to develop as much as possible capacities of Communications Regulatory Agency to bring on and push further the efforts that they're making. And then local organizations like Media Center of Sarajevo are working under the EU-funded programs, are working with the youth camps, organizing media literacy focused trainings for youth. So those are the ones that are currently active, and there are many others that we don't have the time to to talk about. The networks are important. Maria mentioned the network that came about in North Macedonia. So then I will only just mention the Bosnian and Herzegovinian one, a network of which is an informal network of individuals and organizations active in the society in promoting and developing media information literacy. This, as we call it, kind of keeps in the situation where there is no strategy, we are trying to at least coordinate, communicate, and understand what's going on in the field until we have some sort of more systematized actions. And then I will just present the fact checkers into each of the country has fact checking mainly NGOs, again, operating under the funding from I will mention that Bosnian, Serbian and Montenegrin have the same name, Raskrinkavanje, and then with the domain of BNA, RS and MA, Raskrinkavanje meaning demasking. They're mainly working on the debunking, but also in Bosnia and Herzegovina site offers a lot of research and information and educational material, and also provides, they are doing their own share of debunking, but also are responding to some sort of a self-regulatory body they are operating as, by also accepting nominations by the citizens and then debunk or fact check problematic content that they are coming across to. And in terms of recommendations, again, we talked about it, so I will emphasize the collaboration and better coordinated action by the donor community, and then balanced approach to it. And I wrote one that I didn't put there, but I've heard today someone mentioning evaluation would be also a very important thing for us as well, in order to understand to which extent this dispersed action that we have at this point and will have for quite some time ahead is doing the job, and to actually mainstream that better. And I will stop here. Happy to answer the questions that you might have afterwards.
Yes, dear Vanya, thank you so much for giving this perspective from a more practitioner side, and especially because it concerns a region that was clearly orange and very red on the media literacy index. So that makes it extra interesting and important. So thank you for this. You mentioned some challenges, but also some initiatives that were taken, and I think those were good to see. And I take one of your lines with me, if I may. The active citizens will be the motor of progress in society, and I think you're very right. Now I'm looking at the time. In the program we have a coffee break, but as far as I'm concerned, we would do one more speaker and then go to the coffee break, unless someone really objects now. And I see no objections. Then I'm going to give the floor to another speaker. That's Shushan Doyan. She's the president of Freedom of Information Center in Armenia. She has 25 years of experience in promoting accountability, transparency, and freedom of information in the public and private sectors in Armenia. And she was the founder and director of FOICA. I think she has, she has promoted the adoption of FOI legislation and controls. Her work promoting government transparency includes conducting research and analysis, undertaking and coordinating strategic litigation, managing public education campaigns, and training civil servants, CSOs, and media representatives in freedom of information law, media, and data protection. And she was the first head of the Armenian Personal Data Protection Agency. So that's quite something. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for introduction. I will give a few brief remarks on the South Caucasus region, what problems the three countries specifically face in media and information literacy field, and how they approach to media literacy development. The situation differs from country to country, but overall, we can detect the lack of strategic approaches to develop media literacy across the region. Despite numerous actions and positive developments towards coordinated efforts, there is no country in the region with comprehensive policies, strategies for developing media literacy in a systematic way, and that would deal with problems of coordination between stakeholder groups. So far, media and information literacy is not a key priority of any government in the region. Media and information literacy is mostly left on civil society and enthusiasts in the sector. The local CSOs have taken the main share of media literacy development on themselves. Although multiple public and private stakeholders are engaged in the field, including governmental bodies, independent regulatory authorities, the positive responses towards media literacy were mainly initiated by CSOs. Significant increase in programs on non-formal media literacy turned the fight against disinformation into a unique self-organization process led by civil society. Professional NGOs are launching various programs and platforms with the aim to tackle disinformation. They are involved in education, development of educational materials, using various media for advancing knowledge and skills among various target groups of society. Here you can see some of these initiatives. There is a theater performance run by the local NGO called Public Journalism Center. This small chicken is called Click Click Chicken, which is clicking on everything on its way and trying to eat anything it sees on its way, and so falls in big problems in his life. So this is a symbol how if we click on everything in news, then we might definitely face serious problems. So this is performance, how the children also see, and they were very enthusiastic about it, and it was a good lesson for him to avoid of clicking on everything. And there were many other initiatives around. The fact-checking laboratories were established by our organization, Freedom of Information Center, in the universities and schools. And also our partner organizations developed many educational materials, textbook, etc. So a lot of it is taking place in many countries, in Georgia also. But the problem is that the process itself is run by mainly civil society. And this is a big problem. Also, the main disadvantage of non-formal media literacy run by CSOs has many disadvantages, like lack of comprehensiveness, lack of sustainability and independent resources, lack of coordination and strategic directions, dependence on donors' funding also, as well as lack of inclusiveness of all societal groups in these initiatives. Media role. When talking and analyzing media's role and activities in the field, we should consider a number of elements, such as decreased trust in media, social networks as the main source of information, decline of the quality of journalism and lower professional media standards, reduced revenues, and the citizens' underdeveloped media literacy skills. Media are struggling for gaining the lost trust and public confidence. As one of the most successful tools against disinformation, some media outlets in some countries launched effective fact-checking platforms to detect and analyze fake news, as well as to inform the public about the false narratives. However, proper partnership is not in place among these various initiatives run by the media outlets. The role of the media regulatory bodies is not well recognized in none of three countries. They have no mechanisms to systematically evaluate the results and impact of media literacy programs or other activities. In some countries, There were no legal regulation empowering the regulatory body to come up with meaningful initiatives in field. Only in Georgia, by law, the regulatory body has a power to conduct some kind of monitoring power in the field. The public broadcasters are not fully engaged in the process, although there are some initiatives launched by the public broadcasters. However, they do not play a significant role in promoting media literacy. There is no progress report on how the public broadcaster implemented program priorities and how they actually affect the state of media literacy. Transparency of the media. It is an important reform which is underway in some countries of the region, especially there is an advancement in Armenia. The full legislation is in place and they are now struggling for proper implementation practice. Beneficial ownership transparency issue was also raised earlier today by the representatives on freedom of the media. And it has a crucial role in the promotion of media literacy in the countries. People has limited information who owns the media and what ownership chain exists in the media environment, including engagement of politicians and public figures in the media space. Transparency in the media enables people to use information to better understand the different influences on the production, collection, and dissemination of the content. And the cooperation and coordination. There is a need to increase cooperation and coordination among all stakeholders in all three countries. There are a lot of initiatives run by different parties, stakeholders, but unfortunately there is no proper coordination mechanism established. So what needs to be done? I identify several recommendations. I will single out several recommendations, and the proposed actions should include as a minimum the following. First of all, building a cooperative and inclusive framework and consultative media literacy development process between the state, civil society, and the media sector. A proper coordination mechanism among various stakeholder groups with different roles and responsibilities, including government, media regulatory bodies, civil society, online platforms, and media outlets should be established. Second, development of a comprehensive media literacy policy, strategy, and a detailed action plan using an intersectoral human rights-based approach is a key priority of all countries. Advancement of media ownership transparency and the consequent enforcement is crucial. The citizens have a right to know who stands behind the media companies. This will also help the media regain its lost public trust. Media self-regulation needs support and strengthening to meet its potential impact on media literacy. The self-regulatory mechanisms should do more than just simply address complaints and uphold professional standards. Media regulatory bodies. When talking about the role of the media, we consider it necessary to emphasize the role of the media regulatory bodies. They have a potential to take an active role in working on media literacy, considering their important social role with certain aspects of media content regulation. Public media, public broadcasters can play a leading role in promoting media literacy by virtue of their objectives and mandate. Bring high-grade explanatory, high-quality, educational and insightful content on political, social, health, and other relevant topics. Working to empower and educate citizens should be an integral part of the public media's mission. The role of the civil society should also be highlighted, but I will not stop here because there was a lot of talks around it. But would like to stress most of the role of the governments towards media development. Here I listed several recommendations for the government of the region, but I hope they are applicable for any government in the field. And I think that the first and foremost important task for the government to ask maybe themselves, do we really want to have uninformed and conscious citizens, whom it is much difficult to manipulate and control. And if so, then the government should ensure full realization of the media literacy development strategic documents and show strong political will and readiness to put them into practice. And I would like to also show a chart. This is a recent public poll conducted in Armenia showing the expectations of the citizens. And it's quite surprising for everyone to see that 85% of the population mentioned that they think that the government should have a comprehensive strategy in the field of media literacy and the fight against disinformation. So far, none of the free South Caucasus countries have such a holistic and comprehensive document in the field, but this is the expectation of the citizens. Thank you very much for listening my presentation. We'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Susan, for this concise but very insightful overview of the situation in the South Caucasus region. You've been pointing out many lacunas in media freedom situation in those countries, and I think one of the main takeaways is that it would need some government initiative and engagement in media freedom literacy, and that includes media regulator and public service media, which is clearly lacking. And you also gave us some recommendations, and I think one of those is better cooperation and coordination between the different initiatives, something we've been hearing before as well, but I think it came out very strongly. So thank you for this. I think now it would be good time to have a short coffee break. Let's be back at 5 minutes past 4 for the last speaker and some questions and answers. So 5 minutes past 4, I would hope to see you all back here again. Thank you very much. Dear all, thank you for returning to the room. Please take your seats. I hope the coffee and the lovely cakes have given you some extra energy after an already long day for this last part of the session, in which we will have our final speaker, last but definitely not least. She will be addressing us in Russian, so there is translation. Please use the headphones, and I think it will be probably channel 1 that will deliver the translation in English for all of us. Our last speaker is Diana Okerimova. And she's a journalist, director, and co-founder of the Legal Media Center, a non-profit organization in Kazakhstan that provides legal protection and advice to journalists. It conducts media research, promotes international principles for protecting freedom of speech and access to information, and analyzes the state media funding system. The organization also protects and promotes digital rights, participates in the development of media legislation, and cooperates with journalism departments at universities in Kazakhstan. Ms. Okerimova has extensive coaching experience in access to information, international standards for protecting freedom of speech, effective communications between government agency and the media, and legal regulations governing the media sphere. Please, Madam Okerimova, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for invitation. And I think my goal is the most difficult because I need to be not speaker, but more entertainer to keep you awake. And I will continue in Russian. Мне хочется начать с фразы, которая очень хорошо отражает ситуацию с медиаграмотностью, наверное, в мире. Если мама говорит, что она тебя любит, проверь это как минимум из 2 источников. Да, я думаю, что ситуация с дезинформацией достигла предела, и не только во всем мире, но и, естественно, в странах Центральной Азии. И мне хотелось бы представить вам результаты нашего небольшого обзора по странам Центральной Азии. Здесь я буду показывать графики из исследования, которое проводила организация Интерnews. И, к сожалению, не все 5 стран отражены в этом исследовании, в этих графиках, но отражены 3 страны, но, в принципе, картина достаточно показательная. И, наверное, нужно сказать в целом, расскажу в целом о ситуации. За последние годы у граждан Центральной Азии появилось очень много источников информации, и официальных, и неофициальных. Кроме того, очень сильна российская пропаганда в наших странах. И есть такая еще советская традиция верить телевизору. И это, к сожалению, тоже очень плохо влияет на медиаграмотность. К сожалению, в основном ни население, ни журналисты не понимают критериев, не всегда понимают критерии качественной журналистики и недостаточно осведомлены об профессиональных стандартах журналистов, что часто приводит к дискредитации СМИ как общественного института. И я остановлюсь на общих тенденциях. В целом во всех странах Центральной Азии есть понимание необходимости развития медиаинформационной грамотности, но, как во многих странах, нет четкой стратегии, как это делать. Отдельные элементы встречаются в различных документах в наших странах. Например, это национальная стратегия развития страны в Таджикистане или план комплексных мер по развитию медиаграмотности в Узбекистане. Но в разных странах за развитие этой сферы отвечают абсолютно разные министерства и ведомства, и часто действия этих госорганов не согласованы между собой. Также нужно отметить низкую осведомленность госорганов о медиаинформационной грамотности и отсутствие навыков и компетенций в этой сфере. Особенно плохо, что знания часто отсутствуют у лиц, которые принимают решения. К сожалению, нет каких-то комплексных программ обучения чиновников, и, как правило, информированием занимаются академические круги и гражданское общество. Другая проблема заключается в том, что государственные органы часто ограничивают доступ к официальной информации, и журналистам и обществу приходится обращаться к альтернативным источникам, которые часто бывают фейковыми. Еще хуже, когда представители госорганов сами распространяют недостоверную информацию, что в целом снижает уровень доверия к правительству и ухудшает коммуникации. Наверное, нужно назвать как особую проблему антикризисный менеджмент наших правительств и недостаточное использование социальных сетей для донесения информации до населения. И приведу один пример из казахстанской практики. Несколько лет назад в социальных сетях распространилась информация о том, что в Казахстане на рынках продают апельсины, которые завезены из Ливии и которые содержат кровь людей, больных ВИЧ. Да. Люди очень всполошились, перестали там покупать какие-то апельсины на рынках. Журналисты сделали официальный запрос в Министерство сельского хозяйства, чтобы получить какой-то официальный ответ. На что Министерство сельского хозяйства им ответило, что не беспокойтесь, в Казахстан апельсины из Ливии не завозятся. То есть можно судить по этому примеру о том, как вот у нас вообще реагирует правительство на какие-то вещи, связанные с фейк-ньюс. Так, дальше. Ну и о чем уже говорили, наверное, самое важное – это неразвитое межсекторальное партнерство, которое может очень хорошие давать результаты как в плане развития потенциала, так и в плане действий. Еще одна особенность тоже может быть, она относится только к нашим странам, но у нас часто есть в странах языковые различия, в частности в Казахстане. То есть контент, который потребляется обществом на русском языке и на языке национальном, он зачастую различается. Как различается, соответственно, и аудитория. Что касается специальных фактчекинговых платформ, они есть только в Казахстане и в Кыргызстане. В других странах они либо не создавались, либо прекратили свое существование из-за непопулярности. Если говорить о том, кто наиболее образован в области медиаграмотности, то можно отметить академические круги, потому что они регулярно обучаются, и элективные курсы по медиаграмотности есть на факультетах журналистики. К сожалению, их нет на других факультетах. И, как говорила предыдущая спикер из Армении, что главным, наверное, игроком, двигателем медиаграмотности в наших странах является гражданское общество. То есть НПО при поддержке международных доноров проводит много тренингов, обучающих онлайн-курсов, конкурсов, фестивалей. И государственные органы привлекают, это хороший момент, привлекают НПО в качестве экспертов. Скажу пару слов про социальные сети, потому что они сегодня, наверное, наиболее благодатное поле для распространения дезинформации. Несмотря на то, что в период пандемии произошел резкий скачок трафика и востребованности электронных услуг, люди недостаточно осведомлены об алгоритме работы социальных сетей, сервисах проверки информации и этических нормах. Огромный объем информации стирает разницу между СМИ и блогерами, и люди перестают ориентироваться и понимать, кто источник информации, почему она подается именно в таком ключе. И вот здесь приведен ситуация с медиаграмотностью в 3 странах, там, в 2019 году и 2021. Это индекс медиаграмотности. Ну вот только по 3 странам. И коротко скажу про наши рекомендации. Да, мы их тут разделили. Я не буду все читать, основные только озвучу. Для государственных органов это, естественно, разработать единую национальную стратегию в каждой стране. Что очень важно, гуманизировать законодательство в сфере свободы слова, минимизировать вмешательство государства в гражданское общество и привести его в максимальное соответствие с международными нормами и обязательствами ОБСЕ. Поощрять развитие свободного и конкурентного рынка СМИ, повышать квалификацию судебных, правоохранительных органов по вопросам свободы выражения мнения и внедрить комплексное обучение государственных органов по вопросам медиаграмотности и свободы слова. Что касается масс-медиа, мы рекомендуем продвигать создание качественного журналистского контента, которое будет формировать у граждан медиаграмотность, развивать расследовательскую журналистику, внедрять инструменты внутриредакционного фактчека и инициировать проекты по повышению прозрачности СМИ через публикацию источников финансирования и владельцев. Да. Отдельно для академических кругов это разработка различных специальных курсов вузов, причем не только на факультетах журналистики, но и на всех факультетах, современные интерактивные методики и междисциплинарные программы в университетах. И еще гражданское общество. Так, секунду. Да, здесь объединила я. и для онлайн-платформ, которые сегодня, ну, наверное, самая уязвимая категория, да, и люди наиболее уязвимы в онлайн-среде, вести разъяснительную работу по фейкам, дезинформации, помогая читателям оценивать источники, продвигать кодекс этики электронного гражданина, верифицировать принадлежность онлайн-медиа, платформ интернет-сообществ и обеспечить прозрачность информации о спонсорстве рекламы, особенно политической, с учетом влияния такой информации на общественное восприятие рекламы. Ну и тоже как пример из Казахстана приведу последний, когда у нас группа граждан обратилась к правительству с требованием прекратить вещание российских каналов в Казахстане. Но поскольку вопрос это очень чувствительный, то пока никаких, естественно, решений не принято. Но, тем не менее, радует факт, что такие есть, да, понимание в обществе, понимание, что нужно что-то с этим делать. И в заключение, ну, наверное, подводя итог, скажу, что развитие медиаинформационной грамотности возможно при разработке продуманной комплексной стратегии, действий всех вовлеченных групп и внедрение определенного тренда на медиаграмотность как, ну, какой-то модный тренд, да, среди населения. Спасибо за внимание. Буду рада ответить на ваши вопросы.
Thank you very much, Diana, for your presentation and showing us another example of a region where I think we can witness some of the things we've been witnessing all over the OSCE region. The same things apply. The most vulnerable need media freedom literacy the most. It's mostly CSO that are the drivers behind media freedom literacy, and there's a lack of funding and that creates vulnerability. You also said something more specific when you talked about Russian propaganda in this region, and also the trust in state television, which is fairly high in this region. And you also provided us with a rather remarkable example of disinformation when it came to Libyan oranges being infected or not, but obviously not. But I mean, and then the government agency's response to this was also very telling, I would say. This concludes the part of this roundtable where the speakers have done their presentations, have made their presentations. I thank them all very much. And with this, I do then also want to open the floor for questions, remarks, anything you would want to add to this. We have a bit more than 30 minutes for this, so don't be shy and use this opportunity to really engage with these knowledgeable people. There was a question I noticed exactly in the after the first round, and I promised you that we would come back. Well, here we are, and please take the floor. Please just tell your name and your affiliation and the question, and let's see who can answer this. Thank you.
Thank you. Then probably my question would be to you. So my name is Bigay Musenova. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. Actually, I was going to draw your attention to the threats from high-ranking politicians who express their dangerous opinions about journalists, and by doing that, threatening media freedom and media freedom literacy. And I was just wondering if there are any initiatives that we should be aware of, probably under umbrella of OSCE, towards this kind of politicians, besides of general appeals to them on abiding by positive obligations, not to do this kind of expressions, weaponized speech against journalists. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very specific question, I guess, directed to our office. Thank you for this question. Obviously, within our mandate, the office's mandate and the representative's mandate, there are some things we can do. We, as you said, we put this on the agenda by making public statements if need be, but know that we also behind closed doors have context, and I'm not naming any names and governments, but usually have contact about these kind of cases, especially when it comes to politicians making statements about journalism, because we do realize, and as you rightly mentioned, it's a positive OCE obligation, a commitment of all authorities to refrain from such statements, knowing that these really contribute to a lesser degree of media freedom, but more importantly, perhaps also really endangering journalists, because these things tend to go in a wrong direction. Now, I am looking at our participants, if there's anyone who wants to contribute, because I think it's really important for them to be able to say something, but perhaps it's not really a question that one of you could. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you for this question. I would like to say that it is indeed so that the international community could contribute to kind of media literacy for also high-ranking people and politicians. When there are verbal attacks towards journalists, I think that the international community nowadays is really united. And there are many reactions. I would like also to mention that Council of Europe has a very good platform, and there is a platform for protection of pluralism and journalists. And also there is a good practice recently of several international organizations going to fact-finding missions and talking to politicians. So I think that international community is getting more united and stronger in one voice addressing such attacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. And now I think perhaps we could rephrase your question a bit in this sense that we could ask some of the experts, how important is it that the people at the top of, let's say, the social ladder or the political ladder or need to be educated in media freedom literacy? We've discussed, let's say, some communities, and we've discussed, but we haven't gone, I think, really into this question. Should we, and how could we? Is there any thoughts on this? Anyone who would want to start off? No thoughts on this from? No, go ahead. And if it's not a good question, then please also.
I think it's a very good question. I'm just not sure that unfortunately we have too many answers to it. But a couple of things occurred to me in this discussion. I'm not sure it's necessarily the case that senior politicians are insufficiently media literate and that is the cause of the problem. This is just, perhaps a personal observation. But I suppose it just does keep coming back to this idea of the importance of an independent media to hold them to account. I think it's unlikely that we can run education programs that will change the way that politicians behave. But as long as we have a strong independent media ecosystem that will provide accountability and visibility and greater transparency, then that's kind of where the solutions may lie. I think some of the transparency provisions around political advertising as well will potentially be helpful in that regard. And then another initiative that does come to mind, which is not directly related to politicians as such, but there is a French program called Savoir Devenir, which is run by Davina Frau-Meigs, or has a significant involvement there. And I believe that part of their educational materials that they were developing was for civil servants. So perhaps if not necessarily the political class, but certainly the administrative class involved in government and governance can usefully be addressed by those types of initiatives, and those kinds of education projects was the thing that occurs to me.
Yeah, thank you. I just realized it's a bit of a circle. If politicians and civil servants are not aware or not fully convinced of media freedom because they're media freedom literate, then they won't allow a free media who cannot hold them to account and not. So anyways, but Miko, you wanted to intervene. Thank you.
I think that's a very important point to raise, because I mean, many of the newest development in the media sphere are coming from the from the technological side and then from the security side. And these are more like an intelligence type of an approach, what is approaching. This is what I referred with the perfect polystate reference that has been studied, that how does it really, you can block people's information completely to, in a very controlled society. And I mean, at least I think it would be worth knowing that the politicians know what they are up to. I mean, I know that there is a limited thing that the international organizations can do, but at least this would be like a conscious choice if they go to practically suppress their citizens in that case, because I think there is certainly a tendency to use that type of things. That's a wonderful tool for manipulation in ways, and that could be something like an educational thing to be done, because I'm sure certain there is this type of things cooking. And this is probably now becoming much more like a geopolitical thing, because it's not just anymore the US platforms who are at stake. The one of the biggest black boxes at the time, it's a TikTok, and for our kids. And I mean, nobody knows how that works. And that makes it a problem for and a challenge for us all. And I know that this is also a problem in the United States. I was observing the midterms in US, and it's a really an issue. And I was actually a question to Martin, if I got it right, in the new media information index, there was the US and Canada was on board, wasn't it, for the first time? Because that's super important, because I think we need a transatlantic, or we should at least aim for a transatlantic solutions and a debate on this one, like I put in my recommendation. But how does the US and Canada kind of a position in this one?
Maya, do you want to answer this now? Because Maya, I've seen you, but perhaps this was such a direct question. Perhaps Maya could take it first, and we can come to you, Maya.
Yes, actually, if you see the report, the Media Literacy Index, we have an appendix, and actually it's there with additional, and Canada is more like Nordic European country, and the US, it's more in the middle. So it's very important to bring the issue and to see actually which are the deficits that place them on the place where they are. Is it education? Is it media freedom? And what to target?
Complement the idea is that it's really eroding democracy in both sides of the transatlantic. It has went to the degree that people are worried all the time. So that's good for the momentum for some joint efforts on that one. Even if there is, of course, trade issues and all kinds of type of that. But actually, personally, I think that there is a 2-year window there, and I don't know. OSCE might be one of the venues to keep it, because everybody's on board.
Thank you for this this hint and this direction. Maya, you wanted to jump in, I think, on the political administrative media freedom literacy.
Yes, just to bring in the idea that maybe if those who are on the political ladder will not be the best media literate themselves, this is maybe not something that we can expect, they should at least respect media literacy programs and efforts and understand them, because if there is no political will, this goes nowhere. So even in ancient Greek, the tyrants had their counselors. In ancient Rome, you had the amicus curiae. They were surrounded by their experts, even the worst emperors. So this should be possible even today. Hence the importance of academia, researchers, experts, this community that politicians should trust, and they should ask for advice. This is the minimum requirement I think we should aim for, that there is political will in terms of respecting those who have the knowledge, and then have the humility to ask for their advice and maybe also follow it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I did think we heard from several speakers that CSO being the driver, but also being acknowledged by state bodies as being the experts. I think I agree with you, and I think I heard this remark a couple of times. Martina, you wanted to add something? Please go ahead. Yeah. Does that come to you? Yeah.
I'm going to be a little bit controversial here. I wonder if maybe some of our politicians are a little bit too media literate.
Well, that's kind of the thing I was going to say.
We're all aware of politicians who know exactly how to work the media and how to create their own narrative and how not to answer questions when media does try and hold them to account. And I think that kind of lack of transparency and that unethical use of media, that really adds to the issue of undermining democracy and undermining trust in the media. So I think that, and I don't have an answer to that, but that's one side of it. But to pick up on Maria's point about the civil service, and I do think a lot of what we heard of today, I think practically everybody identified the need to have some kind of overarching framework or strategy at a national level. Now, really, if you want to map a learning journey right throughout life, that needs to start at kindergarten. It needs to involve formal education. And for it to involve formal education, the government has to be involved. So it's very difficult to do this without the government. But once you get past formal education, then it really depends on the will of the government or possibly even individual politicians. And if we could get some distance between that, because the life cycle of a politician can be very, very short. So funding for your media literacy project can also be very, very short. And if there was some way of linking long-term funding to long-term evaluation, sustainability, that was linked to some other kind of national strategic objectives that could give it a little bit of protection from the individual will of particular politicians, that would be helpful. But as I say, I don't have any answers here.
I get it. So once we have politicians who are willing to, we should immediately have a national strategy that goes for a long time and is being funded for quite some time. Please.
I just wanted to add to that. One of the things that we have seen in some countries is actually the formalization of those networks that I talked about earlier into long-standing funded official media literacy organizations. And that's the case, for example, just off the top of my head, but the Belgian French-speaking community of Belgian media literacy body, which is called the CSEM. I won't make you listen to my painful French accent again, but it is a funded long-term body. It has a governance structure. It sort of in a way operates almost a bit like an independent regulatory authority without the regulatory bit, but its structure is very similar to that. And that, I think, is that kind of graduation from informal network to established institution, nevertheless independent, non-governmental, and so on. It may be one solution to that problem.
This Belgium example might be one of the best practices one could point to. I fully agree with you. Yes, please. You wanted to react to this. Thank you.
Yes, answering to your question, I agree that with other speakers that politicians who masterfully use the social media to discredit journalists, they are not in need in this media freedom literacy trainings, but the whole general bureaucracy, I believe so, they lack of knowledge why free media are so important for democracy and why they're instrumental in attracting investments and in implementing different projects, and why democracy is still the least worst form of government. So I think that in my country, bureaucracy needs to talk about why free speech and freedom of press is so important. Yeah.
Yeah, that's clear. Thank you so much. There's another hand. Please go ahead. State your name and affiliation, please.
If the previous topic is over, I wanted to ask another question.
Sure, go ahead. But then please state your name and your affiliation. And
Yeah, my
when you question, please.
My name is Azat. I'm from Turkmenistan. I'm the founder and editor-in-chief of Arzu.news outlet, online news outlet. Thank you. Mr. Salo, a few minutes ago, mentioned kids, and I wanted to focus more attention on kids. What do you think the best age to start educating our kids, like media literacy? Do you think, especially if there is no any government program in schools, or but propaganda is working on already, and shall we start working with our kids, I don't know, as a parents in house or in kindergarten? So the question is, is there any best age to start on explaining our kids what's media literacy, what's fake is, and what are the best ways to explain kid what's fake and what's literacy is? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I think plenty of our experts could dive in, but yes, please, Mikko, you start.
I don't have anything, let's say, super academic on that one. I hope there is one, and if there is one, some please refer to. But I mean, as a small NGO, we always try to kind of hit where it has the most impact. And if you just think about the social media, I mean, basically you should be, I suppose, 12 years old nowadays to enter the thing. I mean, we know that people are going earlier, and you have to do it before that one. But let's say Finland might be a little bit spoiled, but has a bit of more of a history. We try to really start it at 6 years old. And I mean, that's something that Martin basically referred, and basically we have a very highly trained kindergarten teachers who find a ways. It's not like, you know, playing with that one. You can go with analog thing. You can do it very innocent. So it doesn't need to be super political or anything like that, but just the kind of the basic adaptations. And then it goes with over time. And that's what the Digicomp was like, gradually what's kind of building up the thing. But I personally would probably then go for like something like the 10 to 12 years old or something like that before they enter the social media, so to say, whatever the age is. I mean, officially, I suppose it's 12, but I think it's much earlier. Let's face it. But before that, then they are hooked in the thing, and then it goes with the smooth and the group dynamics and all that. So it's not late after that, but then they are at least some sort of thing. And I mean, of course, also you can adjust the settings, at least with some of the Western social media. There are some settings to be still filtered. They don't actively, of course, promote them because, I mean, everybody wants all our data. And the kids are a little bit more protected than the others, but still, so to say, get the mood. Do you really need to give all your data to these giants or states or whoever? So is it really necessary in way of something better and more ethical platforms, or the big platforms to finally, of course, change their patterns? That's all fine for me as well.
Thank you very much. Vanya, you wanted to add something, please.
Yes, other than working directly with children, the way to protect children is to intensively and actively work with parents, work with teachers, and yes, kindergarten teachers, as early as that. And this is a gradual process. You can. What I always say to the parents when I work with them, you do media literacy when you watch the cartoon with your 4-year-old and explain the concepts, because they don't understand that this thing is not real. From that very age to, I don't know, sometimes very much older, they still don't understand in a similar context that it's not real. So it's a very crucial part of protecting of the children or educating children is to constantly to work with all these other communities. So that's, but again, as early as possible. I would argue for kindergarten when it's done in this simple form. You watch things together and you explain. This is when you already start working on it, and then go into the more structured curriculum when they're ready to it.
Thank you very much. Martina, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I would echo Vanya's point, and quite simply, as soon as a child is engaging with a screen, that's when media literacy should start. And probably the first educators will be parents, because children will model the behavior of parents. So, I suppose, and to echo Vanya's point again, the trick is to get the message to parents before they're starting to model that poor behavior perhaps to children. Also, the early learning interventions can take many forms. There's a really excellent one that I can think of it's been broadcast in Ireland. It's broadcast in various other countries. It's an animated cartoon called Alva's World, and it's designed for 5 to 7-year-olds. It's broadcast on public service TV in Ireland, but I think it's also, I think Sky and some commercial channels also carry it. This is a really entertaining show for children, and it's about Alva and the adventures and interactions she has on a daily basis. And it covers topics like fake news. It covers topics like data protection, but it models it in a kind of an imaginary world where she's in an enchanted forest with trolls and stuff. It's a really clever way of doing that. Another example for slightly older age group is Horrible Histories, is and a history series in the UK from the BBC, and they did a series where they focused on online safety topics for Safer Internet Week, and they were excellent as well. It's just when you get creative people who know how to communicate and know how to engage children, and when you can explain what the issues are to them and what the interventions are, they come up with great ways of especially young children. They don't learn like we do. So it's got to be engaging, it's got to be fun, it's learned through play.
Thank you very much. As a parent myself, I fully agree that parents should be very much involved in this, but it's also kind of difficult because once Facebook was over, then Insta came, and then Snapchat, and then TikTok, and it's really hard to keep up and understand yourself what's out there and what it does, and how you should try to engage with your kids on what this means and what kind of data they're asking and how they're using it. Well, anyways, not about me personal, but Miko, please.
Still perhaps for the early intervention model in a way, because we know how difficult it is for engaging with your teens on sharing and knowing what they're doing. I mean, the whole game is getting rid of the parents, and I mean, not sharing what they're doing there. And this is just a personal observation as well. But basically what we were wondering also for this kind of intergenerational approach, there is a program called Facts for All that was that's available online. Facts for All by the European SchoolNet. It's a MOOC, massive open source course, and there the intervention was the idea was that practically each time that you go to a new school, there would be some sort of, let's say, for example, parent night or something like that, where the policy in the school towards these machines would be discussed. I mean, theoretically. And then it would be at least know that to what extent you are using this in school really, and to what extent you are just, let's say, entertaining, because that's of course the normal use of it. And that would kind of balance the information in the schools. And I think that could be if somebody would be able to introduce that one, like whenever there is a new school, there would be a parent night where the policy towards the mobile phones would be discussed, and to the social media and all that. And then people would know also what's the normal, let's say, social medias that are used and all that. And that could produce actually a very good debate on topics. Now we have spotted even in Finland that there is with the teachers, they are kind of almost like a shame because they don't know which platforms the youngsters are. I mean, it's a completely different social media diet with the teachers. I mean, parents, teachers, and the youngsters. And youngsters always go somewhere much further. But at least to kind of know how they are working, we don't need to know necessarily what they are doing, but on which platforms they are, and that type of things. That would be super useful. And this is still much easier in the younger age. And with the teenagers, it's good luck.
Thank you very much. We have some time left for another question. If there would be someone who wants to raise something, remarks are also welcome. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you for organizing this event and giving the opportunity for me to attend, and to all the presenters for brilliant presentations we listened and watched to. I wanted to bring up one issue. I'm not sure whether we have enough time to discuss this issue, but the topic of funding the activities related to media literacy, I think, is very crucial and important, and we have not discussed it much, especially when it comes to the involvement of civil society, which is mostly dependent on donor funding. And when we speak about the multi-sectoral approach to media literacy and participation of various stakeholders, the NGOs who mainly operate with the donor funding, really this issue is practically essential. Without having enough funding, they won't be able to be involved. And if we just only focused on the public broadcasters as the key party on media literacy, considering the reality and the Soviet or communist heritage of the countries we represent and ex-totalitarian regimes we lived in during Soviet times, the public broadcasters do not, in general and in mainly do not represent the pure interest of public, how the public broadcaster should operate. I do not want to diminish the and just to boil all the public broadcasters in one kettle, but in general, this is the situation. We do not have the BBC as public broadcaster in our countries. So participant of these different stakeholders is really important. And how the OSCE is considering to support the funding or involving different donors in this regards, international organizations, multilaterals, or whoever it is, to have enough funding on media literacy. Or if you could share, like those who presented today, or could have some thoughts about it. So thank you, and sorry to bring this quite a quite a harsh topic to discuss at the end of the event.
No, thank you very much. I don't think it's such a harsh topic, to be honest. First, could you still give me your name and your affiliation?
Oh, sorry, apologies. I'm Georgi Gliashvili, representing the organization Institute for Development of Freedom of Information. I'm from Georgia, and shortly the organization is called IDFI. So we work on on disinformation, media literacy, and freedom of media and expression.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't think it's such a harsh question. I mean, it has been debated already a bit, in the sense that it makes CSOs vulnerable, that they are dependent on this international donorships. This has been mentioned. Is there anyone who would add something to this question about funding and international funding? As an OSCE, I can tell you that, especially this Office of the Representative of Freedom of the Media, we don't do funding. That's just not what we do. We have political, we try to exert political influence on certain things, but we don't do funding. But is there anyone who would want to add to this question on international funding? Yes? Martina, please, go ahead.
I feel like I'm doing all the talking here, so I don't want to hog the microphone. I'm glad you asked that question, because it is fundamental. And it is a challenge. In recent years, more funding has become available within the EU. And then there's also recently, like in the last year or so, there's Google have funded quite a significant fund for media literacy, for fact checking and for research in the area, which is administered by the EUI, the University of, what is it, Maria?
University Institute.
University Institute.
European University Institute.
So there are new funding streams coming online, but they are quite limited in that projects need to be of particular size, and numerous countries need to be involved, and there's specific geographic locations. So that doesn't help most of the rest of the world. It is an ongoing issue, and one of the, like we talk about the need for sustainable media literacy. We talk about the need for long-term sustainable funding. And I think part of this question has to be around evaluation on understanding what works for particular audiences and what doesn't work, so that the funding we do have, we can put to the best possible use we can. The trouble is, evaluation costs money too. And when you're trying to do a project, I know from experience, when you're trying to get a project across the line, the first thing that's going to get cut is the evaluation. Because unless a project is done, there's nothing to evaluate anyway. So, and again, coming back to the role of government in this, if we think of media literacy as lifelong learning, clearly the responsibility should lie with government under the provision of education. But in reality, that's not how it works. And often what happens, this is why certainly in Ireland, there's a new lifelong learning strategy was published last year. It's a 10-year strategy, and digital literacy is a key part of that strategy. So it's actually approached in the same way that literacy and numeracy is approached. So it's seen as a fundamental basic skill that citizens need. And I think that's one possible useful way forward, because if it becomes part of a criteria that's required for existing organizations to get funding, that's one way. But again, I wish I had an easy answer for this, but I don't. The only answer I have is yes, I agree. There needs to be more funding. It needs to be long-term, secure, and easily accessible. But that's not where we are.
Yeah. No clear answers here, but that's always. Please, would you be able to kindly turn off your microphone? Unless, of course, you want to add something.
Probably the answer.
Sure, go ahead.
The answer is that we need funding, but where this funding shall come from, this is a question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Miko, you wanted to add something. Could you turn off your microphone, please?
Thank you. So, yes, exactly like Martina said, but let's put things in perspective. If we think about this one, as we have talked today, in the democracy perspective and security perspective, these amounts of money are quite ridiculous. And we have said this and this has been stated in many EU expert groups for a long time, and it has like somehow failed to materialize this far. There are some promising ideas, like the fund that Martina says it was supposed to be a clearinghouse for funding. Now it just one big tech company kind of did it for their PR use for a while. It's good initiative. It can still grow, and it should grow, because we need serious funding. 25 million is not a lot for the whole European things on this type of things, but it's something, and it has to grow. And I agree that we need to show the impact. We have to measure it. Instead of we need the platform funding, we need some sort of a partnership, probably in the platforms, in the way to measure the impact, because actually they can measure everything we do online. And if we try to make some complex studies on that one, I mean, we probably lose half of the money in that type of things, whereas we could really use them. But we have to make a clearinghouse. We cannot put the platforms in charge of the curricula development for the digital literacy. I mean, there is a huge conflict of interest, and this has been warned for a long time. And I think that's one of the things that hasn't materialized. It's coming back and forth all the time, but this is really an urgent urgent issues, and we know that OSCE doesn't have that one, but probably to build it in the democracy and security framework, I think is important, because this is, I mean, you ask any disinformation specialist, in the end, they always go to the media literacy, so to say. And that's a sad thing if that's like a 25 million for the democracy in Europe, so or wider, so it's not a lot of money. Yeah.
That's a clear and urgent call that we hear. And yeah, please, if you keep it short, because we're nearing the end of the
last question. Day. Actually, 25 million to oppose the, for instance, Russian propaganda, which only in one particular country spends 25 million for its propaganda. So it's nothing, I think.
Just one figure to put things in perspective. I just came from US, and midterms political advertisement 2020 was $14 billion, and so it's growing, I think, 20 to 30%. And if we are going to kind of empower the citizens to somehow digest information in this regards, for example, this is a democracy question, and there is a lot of untransparent practices on all that front. So it's like it just explains, I think, gets to back to the issue that do politicians really want to have it, let's say, transparent. So that's why it's a very, very sensitive citizen empowerment, and people don't want to be fooled as well. I mean, if it's to be serious, so to say, there first. But yeah, everybody needs to move on, but that the money has at least need to follow, and we need platforms for the reach. I mean, that's the way to reach people, the young people. We don't get them, unfortunately, anymore via, for example, newspapers or something like that. And we need to make the impact so that they will read, let's say, journalistic media. After all, they know the difference, because there is a huge risk. That's why we always focus our efforts to the young, because that's the future. Thank you.
The young is the future. That's always a good way to end a round table, I would think. It's 5 o'clock. It's even past 5 o'clock. The interpreters also have to stop working after such a long day. So we're going to stop here. I want to thank again all the experts who came to and work with us today very much for their contributions. It was really helpful and really useful and very interesting. I've learned a lot today, so thank you all very much for this. I want to thank the interpreters for their work of today. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very pleasant evening in Vienna if you're staying here, or a good flight home if you're leaving already. Thank you very much.